All right, guys, welcome back to the channel. Welcome back to the stream. Welcome if you are new here. Thank you guys so much for joining me and waiting patiently for the intro to finish up. I hope everybody's doing well today. It is Monday, August 3rd, and we're just making our way through 2026. But yeah, appreciate you guys being here. For those who are here right now, if you haven't already, please take a moment, hit that like button. Hitting the like button lets me know you enjoy the streams, and it helps significantly with YouTube's algorithm. So make sure you hit that like button. Let's see. Hold on. Let me bring the chat up here. Rich Rod says, if we do not reach 200 new gifts, 10 people will be timed out for 3 months. I'm sick of letting it slide. 200, dude? It can't be just like 50. 50's a lot. It's got to be 200. I appreciate your enthusiasm, Rich. You know I always do. Raven, Verco, Lady Gamer, Prince G, Irfin, what is going on, guys? Dillo. Hope everybody's doing well today. Yeah, we have some interesting topics to go over and talk about today. One of the main things we're going to discuss are the prices of the current generation consoles and how they have reached unprecedented levels, and it seems to be a major problem, or at the very least, if it continues, it's going to be a major problem for the console industry. And it's not just consoles, it's PC components as well. It's pretty much all hardware. But when you consider that consoles are supposed to be the more affordable thing, not good. Not good at all. We're going to talk about that. We're going to talk a little bit about Beast of Reincarnation, which is launching tomorrow. I was hoping we would be able to cover the reviews of Beast of Reincarnation, but I don't think they're dropping until later tonight. So really, really close to just the game coming out. I don't know if that's cause for concern or not. But we also will talk briefly about Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls. We're going to be talking about Final Fantasy Revelation. And we also have a report here about Xbox's disc-to-digital program and how it apparently leaked out. And it's going to be launching, I think, this month. So these are the things we're going to cover in today's Press X podcast episode. Hold on. Okay. Happy early birthday, MBG. I know it's September 30th. It is. Yes, that's significantly early. Oh, by the way, hold on. I wanted to bring something up too, because during yesterday's stream, quite a few people came in and gifted me some games over on Steam, which was incredibly kind of them. But there was one, and I wanted to shout them all out. Who was it? I did get one. So I got a gift on Steam, the upcoming Metal Gear Solid Collection Volume 2. And that came from... Hold on. Still figuring out Steam here. Who did that come from? Horror and Hellfire. So just wanted to say a thank you to Horror and Hellfire for sending that over as a gift. That's a very generous one, new game that's coming up. So thank you. And thank you to everybody who is showing generosity over there and welcoming me. Very much appreciate that. But just wanted to make sure to put that out there. Where do we give MBG keys? Oh, it's just gifting through Steam. So if you want to friend me on Steam, Rich. Hold on. I'm still figuring it out. I'm going to get the friend code. I already forgot how to get the friend code, though. Come on, it can't be that hard. I figured it out yesterday. I can't figure it out again. Nobody panic. Nobody panic. Hold on. I have another solution. I should have came prepared. I apologize. Okay. Here it is. All right, yeah. I'm assuming your Steam friend code doesn't change, so I'll post it one more time in the chat if you guys want to add me on Steam. I played a little bit more yesterday. I decided to boot up Spider-Man Remastered. Don't think I'll be playing through the whole thing again, but I just kind of wanted to test it out, see what it looked really good on my PC. It pretty much looked the same as what I would see on a PS5. What are my PC specs? I'd have to bring them up again. I know I have an RTX 3060, but will I still get the PlayStation 6 regardless of it being the first digital generation of consoles? I'll cross that bridge when we get there. We've been talking probably too much about the PlayStation 6. But there's a lot of time, No, I'm not exclusively on PC. Certainly not. I'm still probably going to play mostly on PS5. I don't even know why I'm saying probably. I'm still going to be buying physical PS5 games, building out my collection, and trophy hunting. But I will be playing games on PC as well. And I would say in the not too distant future, I would like to get a Nintendo Switch 2. I mainly want to get a Switch 2 to play the Duskbloods, but also just to have one because I know family members want to play it as well. I haven't checked out GOG yet. That'll happen down the road for sure. But yeah, lots of games coming up. We're gonna have a lot. We're gonna have a lot of games to cover in the coming months, man. It's gonna be too much. All right. So, guys, before we dive into today's topics and discussions, if you want to support the channel and support what I do here, we are completely fan funded. I can only do what I do because you guys make it possible. Consider becoming a channel member. You gain access to exclusive members-only content. There will be members-only content dropping this week. And if you become a member, you gain access to all past members' content. Consider gifting memberships or dropping a super chat or direct donation. These are all ways in which you can support the channel and the community and what I do here. So a big thank you and shout out to everybody who does so. Simply could not do it without you. Absolutely, PS5 is still your choice where you playing Tears of the Kingdom as we speak. Yeah, I mean, the PS5 is still great, man. It's like I was saying yesterday, I still get a ton of enjoyment from my PS5 Pro. It's not the actual game playing side of the PlayStation experience has not been bad, at least for me. It's a lot of the business side of it, a lot of what may lie ahead with the next generation. These are the things that to me have kind of, soured it quite a bit, where it's like, I don't know, but there's no denying that, when it comes to just the actual act of sitting down, playing games, new games that are coming up, games that you want to catch up on, that has not been a bad experience. I would be lying if I said it was. But, we just are in a time right now where it is unfortunate. It's not any one company's fault in particular. We're just in a state right now with the games industry where, like we're about to talk about, if you look at the price of both PlayStation and Xbox consoles, it's like, how did we get here? What is happening? What does this mean for the future of console gaming? But I want to start there. And guys, like I said, make sure you hit that like button. So I have a report here from Push Square. The title says, "These new Xbox prices are truly terrifying for the PlayStation 6." Sony indicated in its most recent financial report that the PS5's price should hold until at least April 2027, and it's secured the memory inventory required to fulfill its hardware targets for the current fiscal year. If that's the case, then despite prices soaring dramatically earlier this year, it's going to have a serious advantage over Xbox for GTA 6's launch, as Microsoft was forced to raise its prices again this weekend. According to reports, it has been losing $150 per console sale as of late and remains in the red even with its latest round of price increases. But while Microsoft communicated the price increases in the US, it did not announce what it was doing in Europe. But now European retailers have adjusted, and it's much worse than expected. Here are the current prices for Microsoft's 6-year-old Xbox Series X and S. So the new prices are as follows. The 512 gigabyte Xbox Series S was $400 US, 300 pounds, and 350 euros. Now it's $500 US, 430 pounds, and 500 euros. The 1 terabyte Xbox Series S was $450, 350 pounds, and 400 euros. The new price is $600. What? $600, 520 pounds, 600 euros. The 1 terabyte Xbox Series X Digital Edition was $600, 450 pounds, 550 euros. The new price, $750, 620 pounds, 750 euros. Jesus, that's a giant fly. Did you guys just see that? Sorry. What the... I don't know if that came up on screen for you guys, but a massive fly, like a massive fly, just buzzed on by. Continuing on here, though, the 1 terabyte Xbox Series X was $650, 500 pounds, 600 euros. It is now $800, 670 pounds, and 800 euros. Here's how they compare to Sony's PlayStation 5 right now. The PS5 Digital Edition was $500, 430 pounds, 500 euros. It's now $600, 520 pounds, and 600 euros. That was the Digital Edition model. The regular PS5, or the PS5 Slim, was $550, 480 pounds, 550 euros. It is now $650, 570 pounds, and 650 euros. And the PS5 Pro was $750, 700 pounds, and 800 euros. It's now $900, 790 pounds, and 900 euros. It's worth noting that these increases are out of the Xbox division's hands, as memory prices have soared on the back of AI-led demand. Samsung claims the situation may actually get worse in 2027. To be fair, Microsoft is all in on AI as a company, with its Copilot technology playing a role in the ongoing component crisis. It's somewhat ironic to see the trillion-dollar tech titan ambitions impact one of its own divisions. But seeing the Xbox Series X and S soar to these prices so long after launch makes the PS6 feel somewhat hopeless. There's a possibility Sony's purchasing power may allow it to attain the required parts cheaper than Microsoft. But at the end of the day, we'll probably still be looking at a $1,000 plus next-gen console. Even though it's not alone, navigating this predicament is probably going to be PlayStation's greatest ever challenge. And so, yeah, we have to talk about this, man. We have to talk about the current situation that is impacting consoles, where, as we've discussed, if you are somebody who wants to get involved in gaming and you don't want to do mobile gaming, you want something a little bit more sophisticated than that, maybe a lot more sophisticated than that, but you also don't want to maybe do PC gaming. This is where the console comes in. The console comes in as the perfect in-between, where it's simple enough for pretty much anybody to get involved with. It gives you good performance, good graphics at a reasonable price point. One of the biggest things that makes console gaming appealing to the masses is gone right now. and it's continuing to fade further into the distance, that being the price point. The price point, I mean, when I look at Xbox right now, dude, and I think eventually, yes, PlayStation's going to have to raise the price of the PS5 again, too. So even though they're keeping it lower right now, I don't think it's going to stay there. It is almost unbelievable to think that a 1 terabyte Xbox Series X, which launched back in 2020 for $500, is now $800. It went up $300 in 6 years. This is unprecedented for the console space. Consoles have never went up in price. They have only ever went down in price as years go by, as we get closer to the next generation. And obviously, this is why the article talked about the PlayStation 6, and it mentioned that it feels kind of hopeless, not just for the PlayStation 6, but for Project Helix as well, because yes, we are looking down the barrel of a next generation of consoles where, you know, they're going to both likely be over $1,000. And that's, I mean, we have to ask ourselves what that means for the console space. Now, just to be clear, the PC market isn't, coming out of this unscathed. It's the same thing for the PC side. If you want better performance, more storage, more RAM, you want, a better PC gaming experience, you are going to have to pay for it. I would say the only difference between the consoles right now and the PC side is with the PC side, you do have the option to go for cheaper components. You're going to get worse performance if you do that, but you do have that option. The problem that I think is really hurting both Sony and Microsoft right now is the fact that you can't really go lower than the Xbox Series S. And I want to reiterate this. This, to me, for as mind-blowing as it is to talk about an $800 1 terabyte Xbox Series X, the 1 terabyte Xbox Series S is now $600. Let me say that again. The 1 terabyte Series S is now $100 more expensive than the Series X was at its launch. And we know what Series S performance looks like. It plays games, but with a massive compromise. So when we look ahead to the next generation consoles, when we look at Sony and Microsoft, and this is affecting Nintendo as well, and I imagine that Nintendo is going to have to increase the price of the Switch again down the line if things don't change. The price of all these consoles is going to continue to rise. It feels like this has truly sabotaged the next generation of consoles. It feels like what we are witnessing is something that no one really could have predicted, but something that is essentially apocalyptic for the console gaming business. I think with the PC side, it is hurting that as well, but it's PC, right? It's, again, you can kind of scale down or up as high as you want. It's really up to you. The console business has thrived, and not only thrived, but survived on being able to cut through that and be like, look, it's one box, it's plug and play, and it's affordable. The plug and play factor, I assume, will remain. It will just maintain that box form factor, right? But I'm telling you, out of all the things that would prevent somebody from, and by somebody, I mean like the more casual console buyer, the one thing that would stop them dead in their tracks of even considering it is the price point. Exclusive games aside, physical games aside, all that stuff aside, features aside, you come out, you say, hey, here's our new console. It's the PlayStation 6. It's the Xbox Helix. Oh, cool. Yeah, that looks great. Games look great. Nice. How much? $1,000. There is no mass market. You have enthusiast buyers, and that's probably all you have. So it's pretty clear that if things stay this way for these consoles, the business model, especially for Sony PlayStation, is going to have to change. Even if it's temporary, it's going to have to change, or there's going to have to be a longer term plan in place to accommodate these absolutely insane price increases. Shadowlink, what's up, man? You're saying, what did I miss so far? We were talking about the price increases of the Xbox Series consoles and also the last PlayStation 5 price increases, and how where we are right now with these prices for these consoles, it's effectively it's taking away one of the biggest selling points, one of the biggest appeals, I would say, that these consoles had for a mass market, and it's just pricing people out. They're reaching unprecedented, levels here. And I was also talking about how it seems likely that if it stays this way, it's going to be somewhat apocalyptic for the next generation consoles. And we have a direct donation from PS Contraband. Thank you for the $2. He says, I feel Sony put God of War out on March 2027 because they have enough RAM until then. They'll say in January 27 a PS5 price increase for April, then the price rises. I could see that. And it is February, by the way. God of War Laufey is launching, I think, February 16th. But yeah, they also, and just to be clear on this as well, if you were reading Sony's most recent financial report, they did say that they had to make adjustments for first-party games for the first quarter, I believe, of 2027, or the last quarter of the fiscal year. And they didn't elaborate what that was. It could have been numerous things. It could have been Until Dawn 2. They wanted to get that out sooner rather than later, but it has to get delayed. It could be Intergalactic needing to come out later than expected. It could also be something like Ghost of Yotei, which was originally going to come to PC but got canceled. So maybe they had to factor out whatever revenue they would have gained from it releasing on PC, or Saros as well. But yeah, I do agree with what you're saying, PS Contraband. Another price increase for the PS5 is inevitable, but it does seem like Sony's trying to push it through to end this. I'm telling you, they want to end this fiscal year with multiple records probably, or at the very least, the biggest record being broken. And what happens after that turning point going deeper into 2027, I don't know, man. I mean, if you're Sony and Microsoft, you're probably praying that the RAM situation cools down, that the component crisis cools down. But when you have Samsung coming out and saying, it's looking like it's going to get worse, it's not good. It's not good. By the way, guys, we are 3 likes away from hitting 50 likes. So make sure you hit that like button. Brando of Doom with a $2 super chat says, what's your favorite genre of game, MBG? It's a good question. I mean, I feel like I have multiple favorite genres. I love walking sims. No, I love action adventure. I do love RPG. I love stealth. I mean, stealth action? Is stealth action a genre? Is it just stealth? I mean, I think of games like Metal Gear Solid. I think of games like Dark Souls, some of my favorites of all time. And I look at those genres. But I also like first-person shooters. I love third-person shooters. So to be able to pick... Rich, what did you just send me, by the way, dude? Rich sent me some codes. What are these codes? So when it comes to picking one genre, say less, I can't. I don't know. I mean, my all-time favorite genre, tactical espionage action. That's my all-time favorite genre. There you go. In other words, Metal Gear. Hold on. What did Rich send? Random poop. Where do I even input these codes? Rich. Thank you, though. That's kind of you. And we have a super chat from New Soul 9 for $5. He says, MBG, I don't know about the whole who could have predicted this. When you look into the constant global war for territory that can affect a country economically. Yeah, I mean, I think some people did predict it, but I think generally speaking, any warnings that may have been there were probably shunned or not taken that seriously, where it's like, come on, how bad can it really get? At least in this area. And I don't know. I feel like maybe there was some level of prediction here where when you look at the fact that, a lot of the executives that were in charge of running these new generation of consoles with the PS5 and the Series X and S, they ended up like leaving and retiring, a couple years later. So maybe they had some kind of idea that things were going to go really good at the beginning for both. Things were going to be affordable and things were going to be realistic. But I don't know. I guess the question, New Soul, is who could have predicted the data centers? Who could have predicted that by the middle of this decade, all these companies would be going crazy trying to, maybe Kojima would have, they'd be going crazy trying to, build these data centers to a degree where it's like, it's hogging all the components and there's not enough, and it's just simple supply and demand. I mean, you have to imagine that eventually Kojima did with MGS2, he predicted it. You have to imagine that eventually the data centers are going to be built, the demand will be satiated, and things will go back to, I don't want to say normal, but like, they'll relax a little bit. I mean, there's this idea that once these prices go up, they never go back down. I don't think that can be true for the console business model. I just don't think it can, unless these companies like Sony, specifically Sony, are willing to say, we're okay with having dramatically less people in our ecosystem buying consoles than we were previously because we're just charging more. That's a possibility, and that's probably what they're going to lean on to try to make this work going into next gen. But in terms of it being a long-term viable way of growing your business, I don't think so. I don't think that's going to work. I think it can be maintained in the short term, not the mid to long term. And we have Red Rep with a $2 direct donation said, Trump did a great thing. He is finally getting people out of basements and touching grass with tariffs on hardware. Rise up, good citizens. That's, I got to say, probably the most optimistic view I've read of that. Hey, it's okay. It just gives me more time to go outside. I mean, who could argue with that? Who could argue with that? I'm still in my basement. Thank you for that, though, Red Rep. I said it before and I'll say it again. Sony should delay the PS6 for at least a year. They have no choice. Oh, let's see. We have Brando of Doom. Hey, Brando of Doom dropped 2 gifts on Steam. He said, much love, my bald brother. Thank you. Yes, I did shave my head today. It's extremely bald. It's ultra bald. Very shiny. He dropped Fallout New Vegas Ultimate Edition and Trepang 2 Banger Edition. Trepang 2. I'm not familiar with that game. Thank you for that, man. Very kind of you. Appreciate the gifts you guys have been sending on Steam. I feel like overwhelmed with games. I'm not going to lie, man. I'm not going to lie. I feel totally overwhelmed. But I appreciate it nonetheless. Thank you, guys. Oh, it's an FPS. Okay. Yeah, I might have to check that out. The name rings a bell, but I'm unfamiliar with the actual gameplay. Use my crappy keys, MBG. I'm afraid, Rich. I'm afraid to use your crappy keys. Where do I even use a key? Hold on. Redeem it. Would it be activate a product on Steam? Redeem a Steam wallet code. Oh, that's okay. That's for a gift card. Activate a product on Steam. I'll try this. Bomber Crew Deluxe Edition. Okay. Rich, what did you send me, bro? What is this? Thank you though. Thank you. I'll activate the rest later. But I appreciate that, Rich. I'm like nervous. I feel like you're gonna be sending me something crazy, something unsettling. Keep going. Do I have to? All right, hold on. There's like 3 more here. I'll do it real quick. Sniper Ghost Warrior 2. Thank you, Rich. Where'd you get these codes from? Got another one here. What's this one? Lego the Hobbit. Damn. Rich, how'd you know? How'd you know that's what I wanted? Lego Hobbit. My most requested game. And we got one more here. Punch Club. I don't even know. I have no idea what that is, but thank you. Thank you, Rich. That's very kind of you. I know it was really difficult for you to depart with Lego the Hobbit. Wait, Rich, why are you screaming no? It was not on my wish list. No. Yeah, I'm building a games library without having to spend money. This is crazy. Guys, calm down. You don't have to keep sending me games. All right, if I have to make a wish list at some point, I will, so you know exactly what in the future I might be looking for. But people going crazy up in here. But I appreciate it. You guys are very generous. You love The Hobbit. Yeah, I do. Yeah. Thank you. All right. Back to the topic here. Come on. I don't know where these gnats are coming from. And we have another $5 super chat from Brando of Doom. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, just FYI, we might send you silly games, but we're trolling for fun. I may reject them. Depends on how silly they are. All right. I don't know. I do know there are absolutely things on Steam I don't want in my library. No, thank you. No, thank you. I know people are trying to hold back right now. They're like, listen, MBG just made his Steam account. Take it easy on him. Was freaking that. Just give him like real games, normal games, you know? But I know it's only a matter of time until the nonsense begins. Spin Hero. Yeah, I don't want to know what that is. The State of Decay bundle. All right. But yeah, man. I appreciate you guys. Rich, stop sending me codes. Where Stop sending me codes, Rich. Like you're just scaring me. It's the last one. Last one. Oh, it was okay. Yeah. It was the same one. It was the same one. But yeah, when we talk about the next gen consoles, guys, not just the next gen, but the current gen consoles, the pricing, it is looking apocalyptic. It's not to say that I don't think the console market will die, just to be clear. Yeah, and Sparky, I'll try to look into doing that so people have some idea. Eventually, I'll get around to it. But it is looking a little bit apocalyptic. The console market will remain. It's not going to just disappear, but it does seem like it's going to potentially shrink dramatically. If not shrink, it's going to be a situation where for the consoles that are out here now, you have 95 million PS5s, probably like 30 million or so Xbox Series consoles. I mean, that's I guess it's a large enough pool of players that it can be consequential, it can sustain, but like you maybe throw in another 10 million for the PS6 maybe within the first 2 years or something, or a year and a half. Maybe like another 2 or 3 million on top of that for the, Project Helix. So maybe like anywhere between 13 and 15 more million. And I think for like at least some time, that's probably where it's going to stay. I could see it like being in that ballpark between 2027 and possibly 2029 or 2030 until these things sort themselves out and the prices come down. I added you, Titus. Yeah, I got you, man. Just bought an Xbox 360 for your nephew. Nice. People will just buy retro consoles. I mean, I do think you'll see more of that. And this is where, when we talk about the next generation, I really do wonder what both Sony and Microsoft are going to do when it comes to their own games and cross-gen. I feel extremely confident in saying that pretty much every single game that comes out after the PS6 and Project Helix launch for at least 4 years. I'm going to say 4 years at the bare minimum, but it'll probably be more than 4 years. Every single game is going to be cross-gen. The only area that I don't feel 100% confident in is with Sony's first-party games and Microsoft's first-party games. This gnat is pissing me off. No, this affects PC as well. Yeah, I was just looking at, like pre-built PCs with 5080s in them yesterday, and they were like $3,000. They're like more than $3,000. I came across numerous PCs that were $4,000 plus, and I'm like, it seems like the bigger problem here is that gaming outside of mobile is becoming a luxury hobby. And that's why I think consoles are affected the most, because consoles, again, they existed in the middle where it's not considered a luxury to own a PlayStation or an Xbox, or at least it never was. Now it's at that point. It's like a luxury to buy a 1 terabyte Xbox Series X because it's $800. When you sell a console at $500, that's kind of in that sweet spot. It's kind of in that sweet spot where it's like, it's expensive and it is a bit of an investment, but it's doable. It's manageable. Okay, there's a gnat in here. There's a giant fly. How? Where? Where are they coming from? And we have another direct donation from PS Contraband. Thank you for the $2. He says, seen there was a supposed leak for the roadmap of the Xbox disc to digital plan. It's on the Gaming Leaks about it. Are you talking about the subreddit? I actually have it up. Yeah, we're going to talk about that in just a moment. That's another topic we have for discussion today. I love how my consoles are building equity but worthless at the same time. That's crazy, Irfan. That is crazy, man. Yeah, I see you on the PS5 subreddit sometimes. And we have Shadowlink. He comes in with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, buddy. He says, I know I said I'll be the first person to buy no matter the price, but at this point, I think I'm just going to play some games over and keep switching. LOL. You're going to keep switching? You're getting a Switch 2? You're switching to the Switch? Is that what you're saying? No, I know that's not what you're saying. But, I mean, I don't know. Like, the big problem about... So, here's something that I think is going to be interesting to watch. It's going to be interesting to watch the PS5 specifically. And I guess it will likely help the series console sales as well, but I'm thinking PS5 much more so, not only because the PlayStation 5 is the lead platform for GTA 6 due to marketing, but also the fact that the PS5 is now cheaper. Like, dude, Microsoft is selling a 1 terabyte Series S at nearly the same price as a PS5. It's wild. But $650 is going to be the lowest entry point for a new console if you're not buying used or secondhand. For a new PS5 Slim, is it 600 or 650? Hold on. It's 600, I believe. Yeah, 600. For a digital-only PS5. So $600, digital-only PS5. That's going to be the cheapest entry point for a new console if you are somebody who did not buy a PS5 yet and you want to do so to buy GTA 6. So what I'm saying is, I think you're going to see a significant uptick in PS5 sales between now and possibly February, March 2027. After that, though, I think that's when they fall off a complete cliff. I think you'll see a slight boost in Xbox console sales because of GTA 6 as well. But basically what I'm trying to say is, like, once, and we talked about this yesterday, once the wave that is GTA 6 comes down and it's no longer carrying these expensive consoles, or more expensive consoles than what they otherwise should have been. I mean, realistically, what we should be looking at right now, if things went the way they were supposed to, we would be looking at probably a $350, possibly $300 PS5 digital being sold with GTA 6, like a bundle or something. You know, that's what we would have expected because that's how it was supposed to go. But Sony's going to take what they can get, so will Xbox, but it's going to be really interesting to see just how bad the actual... I mean, I feel like I have to use the word collapse. I don't know what other word to use. I don't imagine console sales for PlayStation not collapsing after March of next year. I could see them collapsing before that. I think you'll see all the games that are coming out in February give it another boost. And I think GTA 6 will still be fresh enough. It'll still be boosting sales. But I feel like come April, May, June, that quarter right there, I think that's like the doomsday quarter for Sony. And if they do have anything prepared, and I guess you could maybe say the same thing for Microsoft, but I think it applies more to Sony in this case. If they have anything significant prepared, announcement-wise, changes they're going to make, surprises, whatever it might be, that's probably the time they're going to, within that time frame there, that's when they're going to say something about it. Because, yeah, I think that we're looking at these prices and people they're going to pass on it, man. They're going to pass on it. At least that's my opinion. I think they're either going to, people who haven't bought PlayStations or Xboxes by now are more likely to pass than ever before. They were expecting the prices to be lower, not higher. So they're like, I'm good. I think they're more likely to go to something like mobile gaming now. And I don't know. I think if things stay this way, we're going to be witnessing the console industry transform completely. We've talked a lot about how bad this is. Now we should ask, what's the solution? I mean, the solution, I think there are a few different solutions potentially. Solution number one, and it happens without Sony or Microsoft doing much of anything, the component crisis ends sooner rather than later. It doesn't linger for years. It doesn't linger for a long enough time to basically actually, not slowly, but somewhat rapidly kill the console, you know, as a viable market. That's solution number one, and that's absolutely what Sony, Microsoft, and everybody else involved is hoping for. But if that doesn't happen, the second solution would be, from what I can tell, Sony looking to, and I would say Microsoft, but Microsoft is already doing this. Dude, this fly is going to end up going right in my mouth. Do y'all see this fly? Sorry, it's just very distracting. I got to be careful. Like, I want to like punch it, but I'm going to end up punching my screen accidentally. So I got to be careful. Damn flies. Flies are weird as hell. They are. Especially when they get like fat and slow, but they're still like kind of fast, but you know, they don't look right. They just like they're flying in slow motion or something, and it just looks wrong. Anyway, Microsoft is already doing this. They're expanding the Xbox ecosystem. They've been expanding the Xbox ecosystem aggressively. You can access Xbox on PC. You can now access it through many smart TVs. You can access it to an extent on thank you for that, Irfan. So yeah, this is happening with the disc thing for Xbox. This is what Microsoft has already been doing, and I don't know if it's been working incredibly well for them. It seems like it's doing okay. Like it's definitely gaining them, monthly active users, but I don't know how like valuable they are, I mean, Asha Sharma, even she recently validated kind of Sony's model here, where she was basically saying that the people who are spending by far the most money on the Xbox platform are those who are invested in the console ecosystem. And so there is this kind of like logic that has persisted throughout all of, I would say the entire history of gaming, where when people buy a console, they tend to spend a lot more money on that console because they look at it's has one purpose. I bought this thing to play games on it, so therefore I'm probably going to buy games for it. But now you also have subscriptions you can factor in. It's just something that you can easily get wrapped up in. And so this is what Sony has banked on for every generation. It's what Xbox has banked on up until more recently, but now they're going back to it. And that's where it's like, it does become problematic when you realize like, but what if we can't reach a wider audience? So another solution for Sony is they can start doing what Microsoft is doing. They can expand the PlayStation ecosystem beyond the console. They can put PlayStation on PC. They can try to put it on smart TVs. They can put it on phones and tablets. I mean, if you look at what they've been doing with PlayStation Plus, with the remote, the PlayStation Portal remote player, you can kind of begin to see how they could just take what they're doing with PlayStation Plus and put that everywhere. But I don't think they want to unless they absolutely have to. I get the sense from Sony that's a break glass in case of emergency type situation where if the PlayStation 6 does come out and it's really starting to flatline, it's not selling well at all. Even PS5 sales have slowed down to a crawl, and they've really hit this kind of stagnation point with hardware, no matter what they do. The handheld, the PS6, the PS5, I could see them deciding, okay, we're going to expand PlayStation Plus everywhere, which means if you subscribe to PlayStation Plus Premium, you now have access to cloud gaming. So basically, they could create a situation where all you really need to access the PlayStation ecosystem is a PlayStation Plus subscription and a controller. Essentially, the removal of the hardware. But I don't know. I don't know if that would work for them. I think that's risky. I think, again, that already exists for Xbox. I don't think it's doing much for them. So the solution, I don't think is obvious, but we're going to see. We're going to see. But there we go. Had to take some time to talk about this topic because the Xbox prices just went up again, and they are looking absolutely ridiculous. PlayStation's prices are going to hold for the time being, but don't be surprised if by the time we get to February, March of next year, they're like, yeah, it's going up again. We're going to talk about the next topic, though. which is about Microsoft and their disc to digital program. There's a bunch of leaks regarding this. So this just came out from The Verge. Thank you, Irfan, for sending this to me. The Verge corroborates previously leaked Xbox disc to digital roadmap. And guys, as we continue on here, if you are enjoying the stream and you're enjoying the podcast episode, please take a moment, hit that like button. We're already at 70 likes. Let's see if we can push that up to 100 likes. Helps more than you know. And consider becoming a member, gifting memberships. We're going to see what we can do today in that regard. But it says here, building on its recently announced plans to bring original Xbox games to PC, Microsoft is also planning to let developers bring their Xbox 360 games to PC as well, according to a leaked document seen by The Verge. That was sent to developers recently. I don't know why that. Okay. I thought that was a period. Xbox 360 games will be able to run on the next generation Project Helix console, Xbox PCs, and handheld devices. This is what the document says. Microsoft has already said that Helix will play PC games, so making these older Xbox titles available on PC helps build a broader Xbox library that can travel between devices, similar to what's already possible with Steam. Creating all these digital licenses also helps set up for a future of consoles without disk drives. Sony has already declared game disks dead, and Microsoft is expected to follow suit. With 360 games, developers can opt into making them backwards compatible, and they will have control over things like a game's price and if a game's available on Game Pass. The feature is expected to have a gradual rollout between 2027 and 2028 across next-gen devices. The full launch of original Xbox games on PC is also set for October 2026. The initial program announced in July included just 4 games. The document also includes details about a way for players to get a digital version of a game that they already own on a physical disc, which The Verge's Tom Warren reported on in July. The document says that if a player puts an Xbox One or Series game on disc into an Xbox One or Series X console with a disc drive, they'll be granted a digital license that's bound to, quote, that disc and the player's account, end quote. The license will stay with a player across Xbox devices, but if the disc changes hands, the license will transfer to the new person. That should mean that gamers can still trade and sell discs once the original owner of a disc does so. They can't play the digital version they got from that disc anymore. According to the document, a public beta for the disc to digital program was set for July with general availability set for August. We understand Microsoft had originally planned to test its disc to digital program with Xbox insiders in July, but the beta was delayed. It's unclear if the timeline of August general availability is still accurate. So this is a thing that's seemingly going to happen very soon. And here's the thing about this, right? People are looking at this, and it is so fascinating to me, the sequence of events here, right? The first sequence is Sony announcing, come January 2028, we're done with physical games, right? The next sequence, which comes about a month later, is Microsoft is now going to say something about video game discs. And what they're going to say is, here's our disc to digital program. When they say this, when this officially comes out, everybody's going to descend on Xbox, not in a negative way, but to tell them, you must do what Sony will not. And it's going to be interesting to see how Microsoft responds to that. The way Xbox has been responding to internet pressure as of late is they will do what the internet tells them. Right? Bring back exclusives. Okay. Get more engaged with the fans. Do this, do that. They're not listening to everything, but they're listening to some things. And this might be one of the loudest things this will probably be the most vocal thing that we've seen so far when it comes to Xbox, right? Where People are not going to be mad at Xbox, but they're going to say, like, do it. Do it. Do the thing. Disc to digital program, great. That's awesome. But do the thing. Announce discs for next gen. And I wonder if Microsoft's going to do that. I don't think they will. I think Xbox. So here's I would say a more pertinent question for people on PlayStation who own physical PS4 and PS5 games. Will Sony do something similar? Because one of the biggest problems right now that faces Sony, in my opinion, is not even just that they've decided they're not doing physical discs anymore. It's that they haven't said anything about those who do own physical discs, what they can expect going forward. I think that's intentional. I think Sony is obviously going to talk about it. They have to. They literally have to. They can't not say anything about it. But they clearly want to save it for closer to when they're talking about the next gen platform. I do wonder if what Xbox is about to announce with this, if it will maybe force Sony's hand a little bit. But I wouldn't be completely surprised if essentially what we see Microsoft doing here is what Sony ends up doing, where you will be able to, like, I guess, although, I mean, the report doesn't make it clear. No, it does actually. I want to read this part one more time. The document says that if an Xbox player puts an Xbox One or Series game that's on disc into an Xbox One or Series X console with a disc drive. So that part to me confirms something significant here. Okay? I think that part of the document, now again, this is a leaked document. Like, this is something that we're not necessarily supposed to see publicly. That part confirms to me that Project Helix is not shipping with a disc drive. It will be digital only, just like the PlayStation 6. So it's saying, like, if you want to turn your discs into digital licenses, you have to have an Xbox One or a Series X with a disc drive. So I think that pretty much confirms it. I think that pretty much confirms what Microsoft's intention is here, and it is similar to Sony. And I would imagine that Sony, again, is probably going to do something similar. If they do a disc to digital program, which you imagine they will, because they're going to have a handheld they're trying to sell next gen as well, they're going to be like, yeah, you got to put your disc in the disc drive. Got to put the disc in the disc drive. Sony probably won't be able to because their discs likely don't have unique identification codes. Microsoft has it because of the whole DRM thing back then. Oh. If that's true, Sparky, oh my God, that's good. I mean, like, is it possible Sony isn't prepared for this? Is it possible? There's no way, dude. I can't. I'll believe it when I see it, but like, I'm supposed to believe that Sony's going to come out and be like, you want to play your PS5 and PS4 discs, you play them on your older consoles. Dude, if they do that, you thought we'd give you a digital license, you could bring it forward. There's just no way. There's no way. I refuse to believe that. That literally would end Sony. That would be it. That it would be over. If Sony, so basically what we're saying here is if Sony turned to all physical buyers, all the customers who bought physical PS4 games, physical PS5 games, and says, if you buy a PS6, you don't have access to those games. There is no disc drive. You can't use them on your PS6, and we're not giving you a digital license. If Sony comes out and says that, it's over, dude. Like, it's over at that point. It's like, you're done. You're absolutely cooked at that point. That's why I refuse to believe it. I refuse to believe it because it's like, I don't care how dense these guys are. You can't be that dense. You are literally, you are ending your brand. You are ending your brand. You can't do that. Even Mark Cerny would have to say something. Even Mark Cerny knows that. Google, do Sony games have identification codes? Hold on. I'm going to read these direct donations as well. It says, yes, Sony PlayStation 4 and 5 games have unique product identification codes, but these codes identify the specific title, edition, and region rather than acting as a unique serial number for every single individual copy printed. Manufacturing stamps, not unique. It's not unique per copy. All right, let me compare that to do Xbox One and Xbox Series physical games have unique identification codes? Let me see what it says for Xbox. Standard Xbox One and Series X game discs share the same mass-produced press manufacturing data for the specific title rather than containing individual serial numbers or unique ID codes per copy. However, the inner mirror band of genuine discs features standard security holograms and manufacturing markers, and specific discs can carry external inventory or rental tracking QR codes for added post-production. Hold on. What is Xbox Positron? Xbox Positron is a rumored and reported disc-to-digital conversion program being developed by Microsoft. It is designed to let players turn physical games into physical Xbox game discs into permanent digital license tied to their Microsoft account. Disc verification. You insert a supported physical game disc into a console with a disc drive to verify ownership and authenticity. The game downloads or unlocks as a digital copy on your account, letting you play without... Okay, so ownership tracking. If you sell, trade, or give a physical disc to someone else who registers it to their account, your digital license for that game is then deactivated. So I don't... Like, honestly, the way it's being described here for Xbox, I don't see why it couldn't work the same way for PlayStation. It's basically saying, like, if you have a physical disc of a game, you put it into your Xbox console, and you say, I want to convert this to a digital license. And that digital license is now tied to your account. It seems like so you can take the disc out, you'll still have that game digitally. But the moment that disc leaves your possession, or not just your possession, the moment that disc goes into another Xbox, or maybe the same Xbox, but then it's like, make this a digital convert this to digital, make this a digital copy. Is it raining outside? Dude, hold on. Dude, that sounds crazy. Hold up. I'm going to read these direct donations. It's tied to your gamer tag. I'll be right back. I'm going to go just see what's going on outside for a second. Or hold on. Okay. Yeah, there's a storm passing. Hopefully I don't lose power. Damn, that... God, I hope the basement doesn't flood, man. That sounds crazy. I can hear that shit from way over here. Great. Now I'm going to have anxiety. Just what I needed. Well, yeah, just to get back to the conversation here, I feel like Sony has to do that, But we have Moonshot with a $2 direct donation. He says, I'm not surprised by the great reception Mortal Shell 2 is getting from the beta. The game looked kick-ass right from the first reveal. I agree. I have played some of the Mortal Shell 2 beta on my PS5 Pro, and it's awesome. Like the gameplay feels great. I like the aesthetic. The game graphically looks great, runs smooth. So I did play the first Mortal Shell game, and I did enjoy it. But the thing I like about the sequel, if I recall correctly, I feel like the sequel, it feels a lot smoother compared to the first game. The first game, I think, felt kind of, if I recall correctly, it felt a little clunky. So I'm really enjoying it. And yeah, I agree. It looked great from the onset. To me, the developers of Mortal Shell 2, it's a clear, like it's Mortal Shell 2 is a clear step up from the first game. You know? And we have a direct donation from Venino. He says, avoid NVIDIA, get a 9070 XT, especially because you're just dipping your toes into PC gaming. The 5070 Ti and 5080 are too overpriced for what you get. Well, we'll see. I'm not rushing into any upgrades at the moment because, well, I mean, look, I haven't played a lot of games on PC, but like I tried out Spider-Man Remastered. It looked great, dude. Like I just think I would have to mess with the contrast a little bit. As weird as that sounds. But graphically, like, dude, it looked great and it was running smooth. So, bro. The fly has landed next to me. And it's looking at me. I think it wants to be friends. It's literally on my mic stand. It's just sitting there. Oh, there it goes. I'm telling you. It's going to end up flying right in my mouth. All right. We have another direct donation from Perfect Image. Thank you guys for the direct donos. He says, MBG, if Xbox is preserving their games on PC level because PC users have options and they can keep it physical, just like Nintendo key cards, they understand. Yeah, it's interesting what Microsoft is planning to do with backwards compatibility, I would say. You know, with older games, 360, original Xbox. It's pretty cool. It's cool that they're doing that. And yeah, if they're trying to like be more serious about fleshing out Xbox, you know, on PC, like they want it to be taken more seriously, I think doing stuff like that makes sense. Sorry. Fly vomit everywhere. Yeah. Well, I'll just put it this way. If Microsoft is doing a disc to digital program, Sony has to do it too. There is, I'm sorry, but this is one of those things where it's clear cut. There, like Sony, you cannot proceed forward without offering something. Even if this would be offensive, this would be straight up offensive. But like, even if it's like, detach your disk drive and you can hook it up to your PS6 and that's how you'll do it. That would be offensive because it's like, bro, so you're actually going to allow the disk drive to hook up to the PS6 but not make discs? Okay. But they got to do something. Doing a disc to digital type situation would probably be the best bet for Sony. But I don't know. When it comes to the technical know-how, Sony, sometimes they're hit or miss, you know? They're hit or miss. I do not have an OLED monitor, no. I do have a 4K monitor, though. Spiders get a pass, but I'll spray a fly. I hate flies, man. They're so annoying. Spiders, I don't mind either as long as they're not somewhere near me. You know, if they're in like the corner or something, it's like, okay, that's fine. Also, it depends what kind of spider. If it's like a really big one, it's like, I don't think I can be okay with this. This also confirms that Helix is all digital too. Yes, it does. It does. You're correct. And so unless Microsoft is planning to make a last minute change, which I don't think they will. Yeah. And that's not surprising. Like Microsoft, see, the thing is, I don't think anybody would be surprised. I don't think anybody was going to be surprised if it's like, guess what? Next gen, Xbox is going all digital. I think everybody would just been like, yeah, okay, of course. Because that's the direction Xbox has been going in for like years now, right? Plus, you throw in something like Game Pass, and that already conditions people to expect their games day one digitally. I feel like that's what made the whole situation so much worse for Sony, where it felt like a rug pull. Like there was no build up to it. It felt. I think it just felt less natural. I think with Xbox, it did pretty much happen naturally, where it's like by this point, 90% or more of Xbox players are buying digital. Yeah, I think my basement's gonna end up flooding, man. Like, I'm just like ultra stressed. God, it's been pouring all day, and I've been watching it. I'm like, it's got to stop soon because it's gonna cross that threshold. Where you start getting so much rain that it's like, this is a problem, dude. If my basement floods, I don't know what I'm gonna do. It's flooded before. It's been years, but it's happened before. And one time it happened so bad. It's like, I don't know what I'm going to do. What is this? It's going to rain all week. It's been raining like crazy, man. Like way more than normal, I think. That's the problem with basement swelling. You said swelling. Look into tanking your basement. Tanking my basement sounds daunting. Have some goddamn faith. Kayak MBG stream. All right. Well, yeah, that's pretty much the topic for the Xbox disc to digital program. It sounds like they're going to be rolling it out in August. So let's see. I'll be very curious to see how people respond to this. Also be very curious to see if Sony has anything to say, But if Xbox, I think what Xbox is laying out here, if they're going to go all digital, this is the least they could do. I sincerely hope Sony is planning to do something similar because that is the absolute least Sony could do. All right. We have more topics here to go over and discuss, though, guys. We are not done yet. We have Flatted Fifth with a $5 super chat. He says the fact that the program will let you sell or give away your own digital license is crazy. Yeah, but here's the question with that, Flatted Fifth, before we move on, is like, it is a really awesome thing that they're doing, but it is tethered to the disc, right? So I guess in other words, what I'm trying to say is there's an implication here that they would maybe be willing to let you do this with just digital games. But I don't think they're going to. In other words, I think this is going to be a unique feature that only pertains to the physical discs that are left over for Xbox. And it'll be a way to relax people in like, well, wait a second, why would I convert my game digitally when I can just not and sell my game and give it away or something? Well, exactly. It'll be tied to the disc. So like, I don't know. I mean, unless you're talking about the idea of like maybe, I don't know. I don't know. There are significant implications to this, but I'm leaning on the side of this is just a way to transition people, It's a way to like make it so if you are somebody who does have an Xbox physical collection, you're not going to leave. Or not leave, you're gonna move forward because they've given you a path forward to do so, where you do get to keep your discs and still use them. This is kind of the responsibility and the obligation of both Sony and Microsoft, where it's like, yeah, we produced thousands of physical games and asked people to buy them, and some people did, and we have to do something for those customers. I do think it is an obligation at this point, but you can't sell your disc if it has your license on it. That's the thing. I don't think. Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know. I'm not sure how it would work when it comes to selling it. Like, so if we take like a physical copy of like Control Resonant, right, for Xbox, I put it in the Xbox Series X and I do the disc to digital option, and it's now tied to my account, whatever. And then I sell the physical copy, like maybe take it to GameStop. You sell the physical copy of Control Resonant, and until somebody buys it and puts the disc in their console, you still have access to that digital copy. Right? Like, I'm pretty sure that's how it would work. Is like until somebody else picks, like until somebody else takes your game disc, puts it in their console, and then tethers it to their account. No? Am I misunderstanding this? You sell the disc, and the other to put it in the console will then move there. So no, I think I am right. I think you're saying I am right about that. You sell the disc. Yeah, you sell the physical good, the physical game, I should say. Rich Rod, I already got this game, bro. I love how it just pops up in front of me. Rich tried to gift me Resident Evil 2. I actually was gifted this yesterday, Rich. But thank you, man. Thank you. The amount of game gifts that I've received, like double duplicates of, was surprising in the last 24 hours. A lot of people thinking, yeah, yep, the original Resident Evil 2. I couldn't accept it even if I wanted to. The possibility is basically PlayStation has no respect. They don't respect. I mean, you would hope so. You would hope they have some. Sony, in my eyes, the absolute bare minimum Sony can do is honor people's physical purchases. That's the bare minimum they could do, man. Because again, the alternative is either play them on your old console or you got to buy it again digitally. It's like, no, you can't ask people to do that. You cannot ask people to do that. Oh, Klutzy King. I got another gift here. Klutzy King gifts Mouse PI for Hire. Thank you for that. I did want to get around to trying that game out. Appreciate it, guys. Being showered with gifts. MBG, you need to make your profile able to be seen by friends. Oh, is it not? You can't see it? Is it private? I'll have to go look in the settings and see what's private and what's not. I'm still trying to figure out how to navigate Steam properly. I'm getting better at it each time, but I didn't know that. I thought you guys could see it. Hold on. Let me see if I can check that real quick. Oh, here we go. Okay. And Okay, I think I got it. Hopefully that worked. Let me know if there's still any problems. There's not that many settings. I had to spend time scouring for it yesterday, though. I couldn't find it. We have Ray. Ray comes in. He drops another gift. Prey Digital Deluxe. I'm declining that gift, Ray. How dare you? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Ray. Thank you, man. Thank you, guys. Man, at this rate, by the end of this year, I'm going to have like 1,000 games. Damn, bro. Yeah, at some point, I'll try to create a wish list or something. It's tough because the thing is, a lot of the games I want right now are still getting physical releases, and I want to buy them physically. I wouldn't mind having like a second copy or something on Steam, but I that's not necessary, you know? No, I guess it'll just be for Steam now, Orphan. For now, anyway. Yeah, people were telling me to post my friend code. And I'll keep trying to post it for people who want it. It's all new to me, you know. I can't bring you guys on PlayStation because then you're gonna see my Concord Platinum, and you're not allowed to see that. That's only, you know, that's only for my eyes. But I post it, yeah. I'll try to post it occasionally in the chat. That's my Steam friend code. Gears will be your next new game on Steam, probably. I mean, well, I was gifted Metal Gear Collection Volume 2, but I still want to buy that game physically. So I'll buy that game physically, but I'll probably try it on Steam too. Any games I have duplicates of, I'll probably at least try, you know. Not every single one, but I'll try to balance it out, you know. I'll do my best. But I also, like I said, I want to set up my my family account. So that way any of the games that you guys are gifting me, any of my family members, if they want to try it out, if they want to play it, they'll be able to do that too. Which I love that idea. So cool. All right. Thank you for the jewels. Who sent the jewels? Joe Armstrong. Thank you. Yeah, guys, make sure you're hitting that like button. We are 8 likes away from hitting 100 likes. And if you want to become a channel member, gain access to some exclusive content, consider doing that. Gift memberships, super chats, direct donations, all that good stuff. Thank you to everybody who has been doing so. Really appreciate it. Yeah, we'll see what happens with the disc to digital program. I've heard praise good, Ray. Let's see here. What is this? Fate Keeper? Is this new? From 8 months ago. Huh. All right. I do still have my PlayStation VR 2, but I haven't used it. Ugh. Oh, Titus, you're saying it's out right now on PC. All right, yeah, I got the trailer up. I'll check it out later, see if it's something I'm interested in. I did hook up I didn't try it out yet, but I hooked up my HDMI cord to I was like a 50 foot or something. And I know people are telling me not to use HDMI. I'm just going to try it because it's all I have right now. I'll see what the experience is like. But the next time I go to play a game on Steam, I'm gonna try in big picture mode on the TV and see what it's like. Although, hold on, I just realized I would have to connect the DualSense through Bluetooth, wouldn't I? Right? Yeah. Hopefully that's probably not too hard. But I'll have to do that too. I should probably like have one of my DualSenses dedicated for Steam. One for the PlayStation, one for Steam. Rich Rod's still sending me gifts. Dino Crisis 2, Rich. Rich is like, what game does MBG not have? Rich gifted me Dino Crisis 2. Thank you, Rich. Thank you. I don't think I remember playing the first Dino Crisis. I don't think I ever played the sequel. Dino Crisis 2. All right. All right, so let's shift gears here and talk about, well, yeah, we have some gaming related stuff to talk about. Okay, you guys want to talk about video games? Huh? There's a setting in a DualSense you can set up for both modes, PC and PlayStation. Oh, is there? Okay, I'll look it up. I didn't know that. Hold on, somebody else sent me a gift. Zombie Killer 5072 sent me Baldur's Gate 3. My God, you guys are insane. I'm assuming it's the novelty of it. There's like, this is crazy. You guys are sending me too many games. Calm down. Calm down. Calm down. Oh my Lord. No way that game's not cheap. Well, thank you. Thank you, Zombie Killer. Nah, we care, genuinely. I appreciate that. I just need everybody to know, like, send any games you want, but do keep in mind there's zero guarantee I'll end up playing them. There's zero guarantee. Although it's nice to have them. But I'm sure, I was scrolling through the games that you guys sent me yesterday and I already felt overwhelmed. I'm like, dude, I don't know what to play right now. I did download Resident Evil 4. I'm going to try that as well because that's one of my all-time favorites. The remake. I'm going to give that a shot. Yeah, somebody sent me The Witcher 3 yesterday. I do not have the old Godfather games, no. They care. Dude, you know what's crazy? Like, we were talking about this the other day. I'm like, how is it that on PlayStation this feature doesn't exist? Like, it's insane. It's insane. It's actually absurd, is what it is. Like, relax, Surfing. How do you gift a game through Steam Gift directly? Yeah, I think there's like multiple options. I think like when you go to check out a game, you can click the option to like gift it, and you can choose who. I really don't understand why Sony doesn't offer that. Because ever since I signed up for Steam, out of all the features that like so far has like, whoa, okay, that's way different than PlayStation. It's that I've gained, no joke, like I probably have over 25 games now in my library from people just sending me stuff. Like, okay, like that's very unique to me. Never experienced that before. You go to checkout and it asks you if it's for you or someone else. Okay. Yeah, I've never used it before. I mean, I would assume that with the PlayStation 6, if it's going to be a digital only ecosystem, this is absolutely something Sony has to have. Could you imagine Sony goes into the PS6, they're like, yeah, we're still not doing gifting. It's like, what? Come on. But I appreciate it. Thank you guys. Very generous folks out here sending over games. They want me to drown in games. All right. Oh, by the way, I do have a question about Steam. I do have a question. So I'm still trying to get used to all the menus on Steam. I'm so used to looking at things on PlayStation. And like on PlayStation, they have a specific section for trophies. Does Steam have a specific section for I guess that's two questions. Does Steam have a specific section for achievements? And second, does it, like, I know it shows you the list of games you played. Can you remove games? I know you can't remove games you played, I think, on PlayStation. I don't know if you can or not. But I'm only asking because if I end up taking my Steam account more seriously at some point, I want it to kind of be, I don't know, I'm very like, I don't know how to explain it. I'm very OCD like that. Like I want it to be, when I look at my games, like it bothers me so much when I look at my list of PlayStation games, there's always those games that I just like tried out and got like one trophy for, and it just is there permanently. And I'm like, I hate that. I hate that so much. Like I want to remove it. It does have achievements category. It categorizes your library. Oh, you can hide games. Oh, okay. Yeah, you don't know. You don't know. You don't want to know what games I'm playing on Steam secretly. It's not good. Okay, that's cool though. All right, question though. Here's the second question. How far does that go? Like, if you hide games, do I still see the games? Or is it just like people looking at your profile can't see the games? Because like I don't want to see it either. Like I booted up Spider-Man yesterday. I'm like, I should have done that. I should have done that. Because like, if I do start to get an itch where it's like I want to get Steam achievements now too, it's gonna drive me nuts to be like, because I unlocked an achievement on Spider-Man yesterday. I'm like, there's I think 69 more to unlock. You can remove you can straight up remove games from your account? Really? Like entirely? Like the entire footprint? That's interesting if true. So yes, you can remove games you don't want people to see. They have a folder system too, so you can sort your games. I'm going to have a folder, mistakes. Let's put those games in there. Don't want to see them ever again. That's always driven me nuts on Xbox and PlayStation, where like it has literally prevented me in some cases from not trying certain games because I'm like, if I don't like it, I don't want it to be a stain on my account. You know? I don't want to see that shit. It's also driven me to platinum games that I otherwise wouldn't have. I think I should probably be on some kind of medicine for OCD. I don't know. Oh, hold on. We got... Okay, you guys are still sending games. I was sent Half-Life 2 by Death60. Thank you for that. Half-Life 2. And Rich Rod sent the Quarry Deluxe Edition. That's a former Supermassive devs, right? Thank you guys. Thank you guys. I feel like Thanos here, you know, collecting all the games. You can hide games you play from being seen in settings. Yeah, I'm going to have to look deeper into it. Because, like, I do want to... Like, one of the things I've noticed with my behavior on Steam right now is, like, I kind of just want to test stuff out and see what it looks like and how it runs and kind of compare it to, you know, some of the stuff I played on PlayStation. But, like, I almost wish... Dude, all right, I have a question. I have another question for Steam. Can you disable achievements on Steam? Actually, I'm going to Google this one. You can remove achievements from Steam, but Steam does not provide an official button to do it. You can clear them using the hidden Steam console or a third-party tool. How to remove game achievements on Steam. Yo, what? Hold on. Do you guys... Listen. I'm going to look into that. Because you guys, for those of you who've been around for a while, you know, don't send me that. Don't do that. What the fuck? Y'all trying to run me away from Steam? But for those of you who have been following me for a long time, you'll know that one of the things I've said a few times is I wish Sony had this setting within the PlayStation menus where you can completely disable trophies. I mean, literally, it's like trophies don't exist on your account. I don't think you guys understand how much the metagame has ruined my brain, and it's ruined gaming. It hasn't ruined gaming. It's enhanced it, but it's also ruined it. It's like the high highs, but the low lows, man, where it's like I've been wanting to just... I miss the old days of just, you remember when you played games and you just did the stuff in the games and there was nothing else outside of it? There were no trophies. There were no achievements. There was nothing like that. I miss that because I never realized that. Well, I mean, yeah, like when I was playing games like that growing up, I just played the game. And when I was done, I was done. I do like getting platinums. That's the problem. The platinum is like chasing a high. It feels incredible to get a platinum, but it also puts this pressure that I know is neurotic. I am neurotic. I'm not normal, but for me, it puts a pressure where it's like, I just am very OCD and fixated where it's like if I start a game on PlayStation, I go into it. It just came into the camera lens. I go into it telling myself like, I'm going to platinum this game. And then when I start to discover as I get further and further and further in the game after I beat it, here's all the requirements to get the platinum. I'm like, that sounds miserable. I don't want to do that. And then there's been many times where I force myself to do it, and then I feel good at the end when I get the platinum, but I kind of hated the experience. And then there's other times where I walk away and I feel horrible because I'm like, I left stones unturned. And I don't like that. I don't like that feeling. I don't like it when it's in front of me. If the trophies weren't there, it wouldn't exist. You know, it's not there telling me like you only completed this game 60%, bro. What about you just left the other 40%? I don't want to see that. Don't tell me. Just let me play the game. So I'm very susceptible to the metagame to a point where it's like the idea of being able to remove it completely. You disgraced yourself again. That's what PlayStation tells me every time I go to my trophy list and I see those games without platinums. And it's even worse when, like, Saros. I played Saros. I got the platinum for Saros. I was just looking at my trophy list the other day, and it's like, there's the platinum trophy, 84% completion. And I forgot that they added trophies for photo mode. And I'm like, are you kidding me? So the only way I can get my 100% is I got to boot up Saros again, and I got to go to these areas to take photos. I'm not doing that. But now you got to look at 84%. You're still at 97% for Arc Raiders. Doesn't that drive you insane? Steam achievements are meaningless. You can use mods to unlock, I think. Oh, shit. Are you serious? So it can go the other way. I can just cheat and automatically unlock them. I would take that too, I guess. I'd prefer to just remove them. It would just be cool to just engage with games again without the meta game, without the meta layer there. So I'll look into that. Maybe the fact that you haven't 100%ed any games on Steam yet means your brain won't want to. Interesting. No, it's unfortunately the way my brain works is you need to remove the percentage. You can tell me, you can show me hours played, you can show me time played, I can live with that. That's fine. I don't get neurotic about that. You know, I don't feel like there's like an arbitrary number of hours I have to hit to justify a game, you know, to feel like I got the most out of it. No. You show me a percentage, though, and it just does something to my brain, the way I'm wired, where it's like, that's got to be at 100. Why is that not at 100? And then if it's like, well, I'm not, I don't want to do everything in that game. It's like, well, I guess you're a failure. It's like, what do you mean? In other words, I'm completely insane. I should be medicated, probably. Anyway, ignore, not hide. Ignores the button you want to hit to never see them again. Hold on, I'm going to see if I can do this now real quick. You can hide games you play from being seen in settings. When I shop the Steam store, I hide most games I never want to see again. Sometimes when you go to the top, most played games, the grayed out games shown are the ones you had hidden. Ignore, not hide. Ignores the button you want to hit to never see them again. Oh, but that's not for achievements though, right? Hold on, I'm checking now. Let me go to my library, or let me actually go to my profile. Well, hold on, let me check my library first. Which game did I play? I said Spider-Man Remastered, right? Spider-Man Remastered. Manage. Hide this game. Okay, so there's a hide. Add desktop shortcut. Marcus private? What's that? Oh, is that so like I would see the game, but people viewing my profile wouldn't see it? Backup game files, uninstall properties. Updates, installed files. Oh, here we go. If you go into properties, they have privacy, hide in library. Hide this game in the Steam library. You can access it. Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. You know, PlayStation does have that option when you're looking at your library too. You can hide games. Mark as private, in-game overlay data, customization. Oh, you can you can customize the artwork. That's fascinating. That's impressive. That's impressive. I didn't think you could go that far. Nice. Yeah, it's Steam's super interesting, man. You don't want a 100% army man? I don't want 100% anything. Listen, if I can remove achievements from Steam, it's a game changer for me. You don't understand. It's a game changer for me. I probably still will be tethered to PlayStation trophies, but I don't know. It takes a pressure off my shoulders, man. Can't feel pressure if there is no pressure there. So Sony hired somebody to listen to this. They're following me closely now because I downloaded Steam and they're like, write that down. Make sure you can disable trophies. Play on Switch then, MBG. They got no achievements. I thought they did add an achievement system. Did they not? Someone send MBG The Last of Us 2. No. Don't do it. You need the pressure to focus. I suffer from completionism. I have the disease. I'm a completionist. You know, The Fly is a Sony spy. You know what? You might be right. You might be right. All right, hold on. I'm gonna watch this video is 1 minute and 24 seconds long. It says how to remove game achievements on Steam.
Right-click the game in your Steam library, select Properties, then Updates. The app ID is shown at the bottom of that section. Note it down. Now go to steamdb.info in your browser. Search for your game, find the Achievements section, and locate the achievement you want to remove. Note the exact achievement ID. You need this precisely. To open the Steam console, press Windows R, type steam://open:/console, and press Enter. A console tab will appear inside Steam. Type the following command exactly: achievement_clear, followed by your app ID, then the achievement ID. Press Enter, and the achievement will be removed from your account. If the removal does not stick after you restart Steam, try uninstalling the game first, then
Bro,
deleting the
what?
Roblox folder under %app data, restarting your PC, and running the command again before reinstalling. A clear warning. Removing achievements goes against Steam's intended experience and can look suspicious on your account if others can view your profile. This is best used for correcting accidental or glitched achievements rather than...
Okay, all right, so that's not the way. That's not what I'm looking to do. That's completely, I mean, you're literally just like removing the achievements yourself. And it does, yeah, I'm not going to do that. Also because it seems like it's kind of against the, I mean, would Steam ban you for that? They're like, what's wrong with this guy? About to enter the Matrix. All right. There's got to be another way, though. Like something simpler, right? Can you hide Steam achievements? I'm going to look now. You cannot individually hide single achievements or turn off the achievement system natively. Fuck. Steam. You know what? Now we got to let Valve know. If maybe this is where I can change Steam. I can lead a movement. We need it. This is like the one thing lacking. Give us the ability to toggle on or off the entire achievement system. Like a toggle. Maybe, I don't know, maybe it's too difficult. Maybe it's not that simple. We got them, boys. You can hide all of your achievements from other users by changing your profile privacy settings. By marking specific games as private or removing achievement pop-ups. Okay. It's, to be honest, it's like the same as trophies. Sony lets you do those things too, I believe. Although I think they let you, I don't know if they let you hide individual, I think they do. But I know for a fact that you can disable trophy pop-ups on games. Damn. Well, you can hack out the achievements, man. That's insane to me. Yeah. I wouldn't do that though. Because you would have to do it for each individual achievement. It's like, that's even more neurotic than just trying to get the achievements. After 10%, you can't delete your trophies. Wait, are you telling me on PlayStation you can delete your trophies, or you can delete a game from your trophy list if it's under 10%? I thought if you just got one trophy, that was it. Both Sony and Steam want to increase your playtime with this. Yeah, they do. After 1%. Oh, 1%. Yeah, I'm pretty sure there's one trophy and it's locked. Well, anyway. Very interesting. One week of PlayStation gamers on Steam. Steam will quit gaming. Sony will charge for trophies. Buy the platinum. Oh, dude, that'd be nasty work. Oh, you're stuck. You're at 75%, but you don't want to unlock the last 25%. Pay a fee and we'll auto pop them. Ooh, no, that they couldn't do that. That would ruin so much. That would ruin so much, man. Jeez. All right. What other? So we did have a few other topics to discuss, though, guys. We went on a bit of a side quest there. One time you got your account stolen for a week. The Russian who stole it for more achievements in 1 week than he got more achievements in 1 week than you had in 6 years. Not even a lie. That's crazy. That's crazy. All right. Let's talk about Beast of Reincarnation. All right, so the reviews for Beast of Reincarnation are coming out tonight. So I can't go over them with you right now. But what I can do is I have this article from Gaming Bolt that I thought you guys might be interested in. Because I don't know how many of you guys are planning on playing Beast of Reincarnation, but says we're always happy to go into battle with a faithful companion at our side, blah, blah, blah. It's basically saying 15 essential details you need to know about Beast of Reincarnation. And so if you don't know what this game is, Famitsu gave it a 35 out of 40. That's pretty good. That's pretty good, bro. I didn't know the review leaked. That's pretty good. I'm interested in this game, but I don't know if I'm going to end up playing it or not right away. But it says here, a 30-hour playtime. Beast of Reincarnation's director has confirmed that the game is spread across 10 stages with roughly 30 hours of playtime spread out between them. That could be quite a lot if you consider the titles that have inspired this one, although it could mean that time flies without you even noticing if the story is paced well enough. We're quite all right with a shorter playtime, as it's the quality of what's on offer that matters. Is 30 hours short? That's a really strange way to word that. 30 hours is not short at all, in my opinion, for a game. That's like on the longer side. PowerPix already put a platinum guide for the game. Uh-oh. Hold on. Beast of Reincarnation platinum guide. How difficult is it? Difficulty 4 out of 10. Everything can be earned on easy difficulty. The hardest trophy in this game is finishing the game on New Game Plus. You know what? Maybe I will get this game. Easy platinum? Oh, there's collectibles, though. How annoying are the collectibles? You can get every collectible on your first run except for one blade. And you won't find 30 keeper golems in a single playthrough. Okay. That's not too bad. A 4 out of 10 difficulty for the platinum? All right, hold on. Let me go back to the article, though. It says the number 2, side quests to find along the journey. It would be a waste of such a melancholically gorgeous world if there wasn't too much to do in it now. Would it? Well, that's not to worry, as previews have confirmed that there are side quests for you to find, the majority of which are given to you by NPCs that you encounter while you're out and about in the game's dystopian future Japan. Pair those with optional items and explore off the fairly linear, story-focused beaten path, and you're sure to write a lot of engaging memories. Number 3, no consequences on death. It's no secret that Beast of Reincarnation draws inspiration from Sekiro's katana-based parry-focused combat. But even that one made an interesting compromise where you only lost a fraction of your XP on death, while the Dragon Rot mechanic helped even out the curve. However, Beast of Reincarnation isn't aiming to hit you hard if you happen to mistime a parry or get too greedy with your attacks. You get to keep all of your currency, XP, and resources when you die, which is going to make getting back up a whole lot easier than it's been in the past. I'm going to have to kill this fly. It's becoming a bit much. You guys seeing this shit? That's a little surprising to me, though. I have to admit, I didn't expect with Beast of Reincarnation, considering the type of game it is, that there's zero punishment for dying. How do people feel about that? I feel like for some people that's kind of a turnoff, like too easy. I mean, you're saying MBG, I'm like this as well. Evaluate the platinum difficulty before getting the game. Last one I got was Darwin's Paradox. I don't do it for every game. Like, I don't let... Like, it's interesting for a game like Beast of Reincarnation, it makes me more inclined to play it. It's a game that I'm just, like, iffy on, but it's like, if it's a decently easy platinum, to me, that's kind of a whole situation, you know? Like, that's why I loved the complete package that was PlayStation. That's no longer going to be the case. Like, I get to buy a physical game, I could get the platinum for the game, and I can enjoy the game. you know, on my console. Like it was the whole package, and they're just like, nah. Steven, what's up, man? Says, what's up? All my family. We're currently talking about Beast of Reincarnation. We're going over 15 things you got to know. And there's a fly. There's a fly in my room. I got my pillow. I'm going to beat the shit out of this fly. I just wanted to talk about Beast of Reincarnation, you know. I'm about to reincarnate this fucking fly. Fuck. So close. Sorry, Papa. Cat's looking at me like, bro, why'd you throw that at me? It wasn't at you. You're good. Get the fly. I've had enough of this fly. All right? Like, I'm just trying to read an article with you guys, and I can't do it. Almost got the cat. Yeah, sorry about that, bro. All right. Let me go. Let me go. I think I scared it off. I don't see it no more. Containment issue. All right. Oh my God. By the way, Steven, if you're hold on. Here's my Steam friend code. I think you're on Steam, right? But just for anybody who is interested. He's like staring at me like, are you threatening me? Death Stranding Kojima CD player. Bacteria tag. Is that your name? Bacteria tag. I think I accepted it. All right. Sorry. I can never stay focused. Listen, to be fair, I was focused and then a fly came in. Well, the fly was here, but it really started to become a problem. Zombie Killer, I was actually already gifted Fallout New Vegas Ultimate. Thank you, though. Big Walk is reviewing very strong. It's free on PlayStation Plus tomorrow. Big Walk. Sounds familiar. So, your world progress survives with you in Beast of Reincarnation. Building on the lack of consequences to dying is the twist that environmental unlocks, and doors that you manage to get through on a run don't automatically respawn and force you to fight through it all over again. Combined with the last one on our list, this makes Beast seem like it could lack enough bite to be a challenge. But we don't think that's the case here. You could always slap on hard mode. That's true. But it also says here, rest sites are more than what they seem. Beast of Reincarnation draws a little more from Souls-likes with its rest points, acting as hubs where you can restore HP and spend any ability points you've picked up on your last run. That's definitely better than having them act as mere checkpoints, and we're expecting to see a fast travel system in place that uses them well. We're hoping the developers adopted the practice of highlighting locations with characters once side quests move between stages, if that's how they're implemented. What resolution am I playing at? I think when I was playing Spider-Man Remastered, it was at 4K. Yeah, it's at native 4K. I don't know. I think it was using some kind of upscaler though. Maybe I don't know. I don't know which one. It's starting to kill me. So it says here, Emma and Ku have their own progression paths. Developing your skills in Beast of Reincarnation isn't just about unlocking milestones on a generic progression path, with a lot of flexibility given to you in how you build synergies between Emma and Ku while ensuring that they're both as effective as they can be in the field. What we've seen of the skill tree points to different combinations and capabilities, which should complement any special effects you get from gear you find when you're out exploring. It's looking like finding a playstyle that works for you isn't going to take too long, which is a good thing given the relatively shorter runtime of this one. Additional build layers. Aside from the effects that gear brings to your build, you also get slots and spirit stones that bring further effects to your loadout. From what we've seen so far, there's something for those who prefer an aggressive approach and those who like to stay at a distance. We're especially interested in the stealth side of things, with a skill that lets Emma create hiding spots on the fly. We imagine that one's going to work well with her vine-based abilities to let her move like a shadow among the game's enemies. Slow things down with Ku. Ku is the companion, by the way, like the wolf-like companion, just for anybody who's unaware. Steven, you're saying, hey, BG, did you shit in X-Vault's bed? He's clipping you like an X-Bot. Unsubbed. Makes me think he's using you to try and grow. Not a fanboy. Just don't like that shit. I don't know. Like, I only came across one thing with that X-Vault guy. It was a video he made, I think, like a week or two ago. And it's like, all right. I mean, I don't know what to say. You know, it's like that's nothing new for me. I see. I'm used to people like making videos on me and stuff. I don't know if he's still clipping me. If he's still clipping me and stuff, I don't know what to say. You know, like I'm gonna just be blunt right now. I think people just need to grow up a little bit. You know, like I didn't do anything wrong, and as far as I'm aware, I haven't done anything wrong this whole time, except I've just been covering games or playing them. You know, but in regards to what happened recently, like there's nothing wrong with me or anybody else for that matter calling out PlayStation. There's nothing wrong with it. Like, if we don't try to make our voices heard, how can we expect Sony to ever listen? But if we assume that our voices won't be heard because Sony is just paying attention to the bottom line, then yeah, choices have to be made. And I already took the L where it's like I threw a fit and I'm like, I'm not doing nothing. I'm not playing nothing. I'm out. But then I realized, actually, I do want to play games. And so I did the next best thing, which is I'm going to expand. I'm going to be going in different places. I'm not just only going to play on PlayStation. You know, so if Sony was getting all of my time and all of my money, that's not going to be the case going forward. They've lost that, at least a portion of that. But I don't know. I don't know why people would get on my ass so badly about that, but it is what it is. You know, like it's nothing new. Oh, here we go. Hold on. Look, I'm not going to make some kind of crazy declaration like I will never in my entire life ever touch a PlayStation again or play a PlayStation game. I'm done with PlayStation. Like, I'm not giving them another cent for anything. I don't give a shit about GTA. I don't give a shit about Wolverine. I'm done.
Somebody get these beggars out of here.
Okay, like I get it, but it's like this is the problem with people who do clips. It's never going to stop. It's never going to stop. The problem with people who do clips is that no matter what, unless you're literally doing a whole 20, 30-minute segment, you're leaving context out. The context is that first clip was from yesterday or the day before. The clip that followed it was from the first week of July. In between that time, I've stated numerous times, I'm holding the L. Yes, I made a declaration. I got ahead of myself. I got overly emotional, and I can't stick to it. I folded, whatever. I take the L. I can own up to that. You know, again, I'm an adult. I can acknowledge I said one thing. I am probably going to end up doing another. My bad. You live and you learn. But this fucking fly, bro. I want to punch this fly out of the air. And I just don't understand why people, you know what I don't understand? Here's what I got to say. I don't understand why people care so much. That's what confuses me. Is like, why do people care? I get it for a moment. If you care that I'm like, fuck Sony, and I'm not buying anything from them, and you shouldn't buy anything from them, and we should all be done with Sony. If you care in that moment, I get that. But when we're like a month removed from that, and so much has been said and done in between, it just seems like there's an axe to grind. And it's like, man, I don't know what to tell people. All I know is I'm not trying to prove anything to anybody. I've made a new declaration, and here's my declaration. You can clip this. I'm going to play games. I'm going to play games on Steam. I'm going to play games on PlayStation. I'm going to play games on Nintendo. I might even play some games on Xbox. And if that looks like some kind of grifter-ass behavior, then you can take that and you can shove it. Because from where I'm sitting, that looks like the behavior of a gamer. That looks like the behavior of somebody who's decided, you know what? I want to play video games. Now, if you want to hold my feet to the fire and be like, well, then why'd you spend the last 6 or 7 years being all about PlayStation? Because I was. So? Does that mean that's where I got to stay forever? Does that mean I can't do anything else beyond that? I went from being a guy that mostly played on Xbox from the 360 era, going into the Xbox One, realized the Xbox One was only getting worse as time went on, switched over to PlayStation 4, got completely entrenched in PlayStation, moved over to PlayStation 5, still completely entrenched, and here we are. We're approaching the end of the PS5 generation, and I'm looking ahead and I'm thinking, there's other opportunities to play in other places. PlayStation will still be a place I play in. I just don't get it with these people, man. I'll never get it. But, well, to be honest, I do get it. It's when I remove all the noise, it's people are everything people are doing, they're doing for attention, they're doing for their viewership and all that stuff. And it's like, it is what it is. It's fine. It's never going to change. The only thing I continue to kind of wish for here is that, like, if people are going to use clips like that or create clips like that, like, why not add the part where I say I'm holding the L? Why won't you put that in there? Because if you did, you look stupid for clipping it. You look stupid for going out of your way to clip it. People who make a clip like that, they're trying to convince people that I'm still sitting here, but with that same mentality and that same attitude. And it's not. That's not what it is. It's disingenuous, man. And that's the big thing I can't stand, is that, like, I'm not going to waste any more breath on it. Steven, you got my blood pressure high again. No, but it's at the end of the day, it's not that serious. It's not that serious. I got a lot of good people here. I've had people who've been following me for years. Not everybody has stayed throughout the years. A lot have. And one thing I've learned is that people who stay long enough usually understand, like, what you're getting from me is usually as real as it can get. Like, you're watching a person figure things out in real time. You're watching a person learn things in real time. I'm a live streamer, bro. Like, that's what I do most of the time. I stream live. If I really was concerned about my image and saying the right things and always doing the right things and not making any mistakes and not giving people ammunition used against me, I would do highly refined video content where you can't weaponize it. You can't do anything. But I'm used to it. I'm used to it at this point. And what I've learned in this process, I should say, is all that matters are the people who care. That's all that matters. I have people on my channel who care. There are people Sure, people come in, they have disagreements with one another. People talk about the different platforms, and that's fine. But I'm talking about me as a content creator and what I do here. There are people that care. They've made it known that they care by continuing to stick with me, always having my back, sometimes disagreeing with me, but still being respectful and treating me like a person, and not trying to do anything to hurt my reputation worse than it's already is. You know what I mean? Like, I don't mind people calling me out. People call me out all the time. And there are times when people call me out where it's like, yeah, you got me. I get it. I'm only a person. But when it comes to this particular situation, all I can ultimately say is that, listen, man, the ultimate decision I made here is I'm going to play games in different places, and I'm going to play as many games as I can, and I'm going to try to really not rekindle. Let's make it sound like it burned out. It's not burned out, but like, I just want to have different experiences. I've spent an entire generation being only entrenched in PlayStation, and it wasn't all bad. I'm not going to lie. Oh, like, it was pretty shitty, wasn't it? No, there was a lot I enjoyed. There's a lot that went wrong, and yes, there were a lot of frustrating points, but it's just the timing feels right. And that's all I can say. And I still want Sony to keep making physical discs. That's it. Like, that's Sony. Can you do that? No? All right. Well, decisions have to be made. Alex's community pokes fun of me sometimes. Well, I mean, I've gotten demolished in different places. I've been demolished by, oh no, it's Alex before. I've been demolished by, who is that guy? I brought him up before. I don't know if he's still relevant or not. It's been so long since I've seen anything from him. Earlier on the PS5 generation, what's his name? Griffin Gaming. I got demolished by him a couple times back in the day, and I always find random clips of myself all over the internet. Oh yeah, for Tonga too. I don't know. I don't know what he is. I don't know if he's still doing that or not. But like, I know what it's like. I know what it's like across all the different spectrums. Okay, I've been demolished by PlayStation guys, PC guys, Xbox guys. I think Nintendo people might be the only ones, maybe. I think I've caught a few strays in the past from Nintendo guys. But I'm used to it. I'm not trying to pander to anybody. I'm not trying to convince anybody of anything. Like, people are going to, if there's another thing I've learned doing this for so many years, is people are going to form their opinions on me. Does not matter what I say, does not matter what I do. People are either going to listen or they're not. So, I'm just going to do what I want to do. And we'll see where it goes. Yeah, but I'll take this opportunity to once again say I appreciate you guys. Irfan, why are you telling me about Wolverine's ass again, bro? This is the second time. Something you want to tell us? Something you want to tell us, Irfan? But I appreciate you guys who've been rolling with me and supporting me. I know it can be a handful sometimes. I know it can be a lot, but I really do appreciate it. Thank you, guys. We have some really good people here. I'm like a Pokemon. Oh, I evolved. Went from muscle-bound gamer to multi-platform bald gamer. Oh, no. That was good. We went from muscle-bound gamer to multi-platform bald gamer. Multi-plat bald gamer. My God. It's more fitting than it's more fitting than muscle-bound gamer at this point. God damn. Yes, Irfan, you did send that. You sent that in yesterday's stream, I think. He really wants me to read about Wolverine's ass. Guys, you're going to be seeing Wolverine's cheeks and Wolverine. Be excited. Please be excited. Look forward to it on your Pro. In its 4K glory. It was PSSR. We've applied PSSR to, but only to Wolverine's ass. Please enjoy. No, an ass didn't make me upset. I'm looking forward to it. And Hellbound 1981, who clearly wants me to eat catnip again. Or a fly? He wants me to eat the fly. Hellbound 1981, another legend. He comes in and he drops the first memberships of the day. He drops 5 on you guys. Hellbound, thank you so much, man. Thank you. He wants a member train. God, I love that soundbite. What the fuck was that? That was great. That's my Crazy Arnold soundbite. Yeah, it's a classic. I still have to update the soundbites, though. I'm lacking. I said I've been talking about it. It's just one of those things where I got to sit down and do it at some point. Dawnwalker's exciting. Yeah, the Blood of Dawnwalker seems like it's going to do pretty well. I think it has a slight advantage coming out really early September. I think like the first week. So it's not like kind of packed into late September. There's too many games, I think. Which games am I looking forward to still playing on PS5 besides Wolverine? I mean, I'm thinking about Marvel Tokon. I'm thinking about it. Because I did play the beta a little bit. I'm like, this is actually pretty fun. Like, being able to try out all the different characters. I don't know if I'm... Like, dude, I have to be honest. There were so many times where I was not doing well, and I just started button mashing. I'm not proud to admit that, but what's giving me pause is I don't know if I'm going to actually be good at the game or not. Like, maybe I could get good at it, but I mean, I don't know. I've played fighters. I have the platinum trophies for Tekken 8 and Mortal Kombat 1. So I'm like, I don't know. Maybe I'll try Marvel Tokon. But the beta was fun. But you know, I want to get a physical copy of Metal Gear. I think Control Resonant looks really damn good. I just fear that I'm going to be late to it. Mortal Shell 2 looks good. I've been playing the beta a little bit. It's really fun. And there's plenty of others. I mean, obviously there's games like GTA, but I don't know, man. Every year between the end of August and the beginning of December, there's just you generate more games that are going to be in your backlog every year. It happens. But I have like, yeah, Onimusha. Yeah, exactly. I forgot about Onimusha coming out in September. Phantom Blade Zero. I mean, my mind is literally blanking out games because I can't deal with all of them coming out at once. I'm going to have to be late to some of them. But you're going to get God of War Laufey next year. Dawnwalker looks good. I would like to play Dawnwalker, but it's just like, it looks like it's going to be a massive game, and I don't know where I'm going to find the time, dude. Phantom Blade Zero over everything for you. Phantom Blade Zero does look really good. I think there's still supposed to be a state of play for that game, which I'm sure the only thing people are going to comment on is the game itself. You're sitting here like a thirsty animal waiting for these games. It's becoming ravenous. Let's see here. All right. I'm curious, guys. Real honesty here. I'm purely a physical gamer, and I don't think I will buy GTA because without physical, it's not interesting to me personally. Sounds crazy to some. I mean, I don't think it sounds crazy. I just think it sounds different. You know, like everybody's brain works differently. Everybody's brain is wired differently, and certain things light up people's brains that for other people, it doesn't do anything for them. I mean, I feel like my assumption is like if you are going to pass on GTA 6 because it's digital only, my assumption is that you probably weren't that interested in it to begin with. You know what I mean? That's my guess. I mean, I feel like if GTA 6 was one of your most anticipated games, I feel like even if it was digital only, like you wouldn't pass on it, you know? Like, there's probably another game you can think of right now that if you found out it was digital only, you'd be like, I still got to play it. I'm still going to buy it, you know? Mr. B, you're saying you're not that much into fighting games, but Tokon was pretty easy to button mash and do cool combos. The complexity comes with the tag combos. Yeah, I kept trying to play it right, but then I would start getting my ass kicked, and I'm like, all right, I'm just going to button mash and hope I do something cool. And I won a couple rounds like that. I'm like, oh, shit, okay, well, I feel like an idiot, but a win's a win, right? Dawn Walker and Wolverine for you. Oh, yeah, so you said Dawn Walker and Wolverine for you. Yeah, like if physically they might be your last PlayStation games, insane to even imagine. Yeah, I mean, it is weird to imagine. Like, I don't know, man. I just, it's cool to see like digital games in your library on PlayStation. It's cool to see my Steam library growing and those games. It's cool to see that, but like I just can't deny that it's not the same, man. It's just not the same as having a physical stack of games. It's sucks that that's going away. I mean, I guess if Sony does still do code in a box, you still can have a stack of games, I guess, but you know what I mean. It's just not quite the same. Speaking of Marvel Tokon, says Marvel Tokon Fighting Souls is only days away from launch, and while there's plenty of hype, PC players have had concerns following the open beta. Aside from the ever-controversial kernel-level anti-cheat, they also noted numerous performance issues, not what you want to see, especially for one of the most anticipated games of the year. Arc System Works acknowledged problems at the time and offered some workarounds while promising to investigate further. It has since offered an update thanking players for joining the beta. This is exactly why we run these, to get the game in your hands and find what we can make better before launch. To our PC players, message received. The team is already hard at work on the performance you deserve, with improvements lined up for day one. These include reducing CPU usage, fixing lag and frame rate drops, improving OBS and Discord compatibility, and fixing a startup issue that caused unnecessary shader compilation. It will also address issues with rollback netcode and cross-platform play while fixing a number of other issues. Whether this covers everything in time for launch remains to be seen. None of these include any potential balance changes for fighters, especially with Blade, Black Panther, and Magic dominating the meta. Time will tell, so stay tuned. I didn't even realize that. I did see a lot of people in the beta playing Magic. I noticed Blade was pretty good, though. I did play as Blade. Like, he's pretty good. But there you go. If you were planning on playing Marvel Tokon on PC, they are going to be fixing some stuff for you. All right. Where are we time-wise? We're about to hit the 2.5 hour mark. I don't know. What should we do here? Should I call the stream today? It's been slow going today. Call it the 2.5 hour mark. I mean, we did a 5 hour stream yesterday. Should we push it to the 30-minute mark? What are we thinking? You practice with Wolverine mainly? I was playing as Wolverine too a lot. I was thinking about Rich. He comes into the stream and threatens everyone to drop gifts, and now that we haven't reached our goal, he's vanished. Zombie Killer 5072 with a $2 direct donation says, a lot of us in the Salt community genuinely care, even if we poke fun. That's why a lot of us gave a bunch of games on Steam. All the love, homie. Well, I appreciate that. And I get it. I mean, like, I've had my problems with that in the past. You know, it's a tough thing because it's like, I do understand how when you are passionate enough about something and you care about something, you know, you want what's best for it. And sometimes it feels like, well, as is often the case, it's the unfortunate reality of life. Other people can get in the way of that, you know? And I think a lot of people are misguided. Some people are just ignorant and they don't even, you know, they're not aware. But it can be tough. Like, there's definitely, there's a reality that has kind of set in and it's kind of sunken in where, like, when I look at it, really did take, and I'm honest with this, man, like it took physical game, like knowing like physical games are going to be done. Like they're going away, and they're dying with Sony here. Well, I mean, I guess they will live on with Nintendo, but it feels so inconsequential to the grand scheme of it. But it really took that happening for me to kind of, it opened my eyes quicker than anything else did, because it's like, oh, so I have to go digital next gen. Like if I want to keep playing games, I have to go digital. And that's the thing. Like I encountered quite a few people. They're like, bro, it makes no sense. Like you're fighting for Sony to keep physical discs. You want them to keep making physical games, but you're going to Steam. Like you're in the process of also making a Steam account and acquiring a bunch of digital games. And it's like, no. I want Sony to go back, reverse this decision. I'm going to punch this fucking fly. Hold on. I can't tell if I got it. I had to use my sleeve because like I can't actually punch it. Nice to be here. Yeah, it's nice to be here, I bet. Watching MBG fucking... I think I got it, but I don't know where it went because I don't see it no more. Anyway, sorry. What I was trying to say is I don't understand why people don't realize... What the fuck is that? Some of the people I encounter, they don't realize it's like, yeah, that makes sense. You want physical games, but you're getting games on Steam. And it's like, because over 30 days of an entire month has went by, Sony didn't give a response. When they finally did, they said, we're still going through with this. So in other words, it's like, fight for the discs all you want. I'll continue to do whatever I can, and I'll maintain, I want Sony to reverse their decision. But as it stands now, even though it is a year from now or a year and a half from now, we got some time, and I'm going to, take advantage of that time. I'm still going to buy physical games and enjoy that process while I still can, because it's probably going to be the last time. I'm setting myself up for the digital future now. Like I'll be I meant this. If there's one thing I definitely meant, like for sure, unwavering, if there's one thing I meant when I said it, is I'll be damned if I'm going to be forced to have to buy my games digitally. If that's the only way I'm going to buy them, I'll be damned if I'm going to limit myself to one storefront, dude. It's different if I'm limiting myself to one platform because that's the only platform really doing physical games. That's different. But if everything's on an even playing field and it's all digital, I'm not limiting myself to just one storefront. It changes everything for me fundamentally, And so I just hope that, I know a lot of you guys see that, but it's just surprising to me the amount of people sometimes that I encounter, or that I have been encountering, where they're like, they just don't understand that. It's like, how could you not understand that? I put a tweet out yesterday, and it was after our 5-hour stream, and I was messing around with Steam. I was just genuinely asking the question, like, how does Sony not have any of these features? And people were saying and this was interesting to me, and I guess it is true. They were saying because Steam is privately owned. Steam is privately owned. Sony is a multi-billion-dollar conglomerate that answers to shareholders. And so the idea is there's much more pressure on Sony to prioritize profits over, customer, if not satisfaction, pro-consumer moves. Like goodwill is... usually takes a back seat in the name of we need to please the investors, to where, Gabe Newell, he owns 50% of Valve. They still have to operate like a business. They still need to make money, but them not having to answer to the pressure of shareholders seems to make a big difference. And that's where it's like, well, I don't know. From my perspective, I understand the conundrum, so to speak, that Sony's in, where it's like, we have to answer to shareholders. We have the pressure. We have to keep this going and growing. I get that, but like, wouldn't doing those things, wouldn't making your customers as happy as you possibly can in all areas just lead to more money, more engagement, more support? Like that's the part that I can't wrap my head around with some of the stuff that Sony does, where it's like, okay, I can make sense of it from a purely business standpoint, but it's like, isn't it just good business? Isn't it good for your business to make your customers as happy as they can possibly be? You know what I mean? It's like you prove that with the PS4 generation. You're watching Steam prove it. Like it works. It's not to say they're not doing anything right. It's not that they're not doing anything good. I don't think that's true. I think there are some things Sony's doing good. But it's just they look at that and they say, well, that should be good enough. And it's like, well, I don't know. At the rate things are going, man, like, I don't know that that's going to be enough. But we'll see. Buttery Cheeks. Or sorry, not Buttery Cheeks. Bobby Reed says, you make my day every day, MBG. Thank you. Raven X0 with a $5 chat says, I'm digital and physical. The PS6 might be Mark Cerny's and his crew's last console. Knowing him, it's going to be well made. I'm getting it unless he stays. Interesting. Well, yeah, I mean, Mark Cerny is older now, man. He's in his 60s, I think. So this might be it. There's no denying, like, from a technological standpoint, and technically speaking, I think the PS6 is going to be really interesting. Sorry, Buttery Cheeks. I thought you were the one who said that I make your day every day, but I'm sure that's true for you too, Buttery Cheeks, right? Rich Rod says 200 members or we time out a victim. Rich, we're at 5 members, bro. Okay. Like, if we could get to 50, I'd be more than happy. I'd be over the moon. If we get to 25, I'll be happy. Okay. You're talking about 200. Rich, you got to calm down. Steven says, sorry, bro. My son's friend came over building a PC with him. He's a good kid, like my son. Look at that. Steven Family Leon. He's helping his son's friend build a PC. How dare you? Where's your unwavering loyalty to Sony? Irfin, what is that picture? That picture is cursed. Holy shit. That's funny, dude. He took a picture of when I pulled my sleeve out and tried to hit the fly. I think I got the fly. I haven't seen it. I think I got him, but maybe he fell on my PC. There might be a dead fly in my PC, man. Because I hit him right over the PC. Uh-oh. Oh, I think I missed a direct donation from earlier. No. I just got that one now. Wallroar comes in with a $2 direct. Thank you, man. He says, next gen will be the last consoles for both PlayStation and Xbox. I don't see either company wanting to build more consoles. Most Gen Z and Alpha want PCs. Well, here's my thing. Like, I think the only way an extremely high-end premium console experience can make any sense perpetually, like going beyond the PS6, it's like from now on, consoles are going to be ultra expensive. The only way that makes any sense is if, well, I guess I'll say Sony in this case, because Microsoft is already doing this, if Sony expands off the console. Oh, you don't want to pay $1,000 for a PS6? That's okay. You can access PlayStation through your PC or whatever hardware you have. But as it stands now, it's like Sony doesn't seem poised to do that at all. Steven says, yeah, if they gave me that, they would get that. I don't know if Buttery Cheeks blocked you, Rich. Irvin says, I'm going to drop that on Discord. Frank, what's up, man? Yeah, you're saying, nah, there's a sweet spot with pricing, and it's not what it's going to be next gen. Yeah, I mean, the benefit that both Sony and Microsoft will have with the next consoles is they'll be able to be like, hey, listen, we know our shit's really expensive, but look at what we're giving you and compare it to PC. And there's no denying that like the PC side will be more expensive, but that's the trade-off, right? Is it's like, but PC you get more freedom, costs a little bit more, but console you get less freedom, you're saving a little bit money in the short term. I don't know. I feel like the console model, dude, I'm sitting here. I think Valve needs to try again with the Steam machine. Not right now. Like, it's too soon. They just released it. I think, like, dude, I'll be honest, man. I'm learning more and more about Steam. Valve could, I know they can't operate at the like economies of scale that Sony can, but I think Valve could become a genuine threat in the console space if they did it right. And I think that they almost did it right with the Steam machine, but it's like quite literally the worst fucking timing. You know, like the Steam machine to me, well, see, this is kind of the problem. Like Valve, I don't think is willing to eat a bunch of money on something like the Steam machine because their intention, their goal, like they don't care. Not in like a bad way. It's just in a like we're not in the business of selling hardware to a mass market. So I guess what I'm trying to say is if it's like, oh, it would be cool to see a motivated Valve that wants to actually take on Sony, but that I don't think that's Gabe Newell, you know? Like that's not Gabe Newell's Valve. Like Gabe Newell's Valve is exactly what we're seeing where it's like you can buy the Steam machine if you want. We really do not care. Like literally at all. It's just there if you want it. And yeah. It's like, oh, okay. That's not bad. But it's just interesting to me to think that like if Valve really refine the Steam machine, you know, let's flash forward to like, let's say the PlayStation 6 gets delayed by a year and it doesn't come out till 2028. Holiday 2028. Sony goes all digital. Sony plans minimal changes to their digital ecosystem and storefront. Let's say the component crisis calms down and, you know, the PlayStation 6 doesn't actually come out at $1,000. It comes out at $700. Let's say Valve makes another Steam machine, and this time it's a little bit less powerful than let's say it's less powerful than the PS6, it's less powerful than Project Helix, but it's somewhere between a PS5 Pro and a PS6. It's somewhere between there, and it's also like $700. And it ships, you know, SteamOS. It's interesting to me to think that like objectively from a customer from a forward-facing like pro-consumer standpoint, that hypothetical box would be better than both Project Helix and a PS6. But that's the thing is it's like I don't think that's possible. I don't think it could price match with unless it's like significantly less powerful. I don't know, man. The solution here is clear. The solution, like it's exactly what I said yesterday. I don't want to sound like a broken record. It's really hard not to. The solution is Sony, you gotta copy Steam. That's it. That's the fucking solution. I cannot make it more clear. There is no other way. There is no other way. You can brute force it, and I guess perhaps maybe that could work. But here's the thing. One of Sony's greatest benefactors have it's been the core casual, you know, the gun and ball players, the players that, okay, yeah, I'll buy a $400 or $500 box, but I'm just going to use it to play my sports games and Call of Duty and my free-to-play Fortnite, you know? Those players are not buying $1,000 box. So what are you going to do? Like, that's the conundrum for Sony. It's like, they're not those. You rely on those players. You've relied on those players for generations, and that's fine. But the only reason you have those players is because your box was affordable. But then maybe Sony will say, we're okay if they stay on PS5. So maybe it's not as much of a conundrum. But it still kind of is, because it's like, okay, so where's the growth in the console market? There isn't going to be any? Well, what do you do then? I don't know, man. It's weird. It's just so weird to see where things have gone, you know, like how they've gotten to this point. It's a shame. Definitely not by ditching discs. They have alienated the early adopters. Especially because those sports games run native 4K 60, even if PS6 is affordable. What's the selling point there? Yeah, I don't know. PSSR 3, DLSS 5 equivalent. Unbelievably, like, you know, uncanny realism that nobody asked for. I don't know. Publishers will get those games to work on Switch 2. It's the best access price point right now. The only thing that I could see Sony doing to maybe really shake things up is if they tried to make their handheld basically a Switch, where like it can be docked, and they are willing to lose more money on that and try to make up for that through the more premium sales of the proper PS6 or the PS6 Pro or the home, you know, just the home console. I don't know. I don't know what Sony's going to do, man. I just have this hope that, and maybe it's a false hope, but if they're going to, you know, they're going all digital, it's like, I really hope they make some big improvements. Because I won't lie to you, man, the more I see with Steam, like, again, I'm not saying now, I'm not saying a year from now, because for that time, for this time, I'm going to see the PS5 gen to the end. I'm going to do that. I'm going to buy physical games until I can't anymore. But when we cross that threshold, we're each day we're getting closer to it. Sony's made their fucking decision. It's like, bro, I'm not saying I won't play on PlayStation ever again, but it's like, I don't know. A genuine, thorough reevaluation of like, where do I want to spend most of my time and money gaming is going to have to be made, because the only thing, there are a few things keeping me still attached to PlayStation. There is something like GTA 6. They do have exclusives I care about. Those things absolutely matter. But it is the fact that I can still buy physical games. It is the fact that I still have a Pro. But over time, those things are going to wear out. They're going to fade away. And I'm going to have to decide which digital ecosystem is going to be the most beneficial to me. You know? I don't know, man. The handheld could sell like crazy if it's like a Switch. I think so too. That's why I'm really interested. There might be a completely different angle with that handheld than what we realize from Sony's perspective. Building it for $700, less than half of what it's worth, kills the Steam machine. You forgot Sony did PCs. That's true. PlayStation is all PC components. The difference is the board has all the chips in it. Yeah, I mean, Mark Cerny, he has this philosophy of like just stripping out whatever's not needed and making it somewhat custom, you know? I don't think it's like highly custom at this point. They got to be careful not to go too custom because it can be difficult to develop for. If you could play everything at a higher fidelity than PS6 and you could get almost every game for free from your community and then family share them, what exactly would keep you primarily on PlayStation? I mean, not that I would expect, like, dude, I don't expect to get my games for free, but I mean, geez, the way gifting works on Steam, I'm like, okay, like somebody dude, I said I was going to play Gears of War E-Day. Somebody gifted it to me yesterday. I think it was that Gara guy. Like literally, just he gifted me. I'm like, oh. Somebody gifted me Metal Gear Collection Volume 2. I'm like, that's crazy. That's crazy. You know? No, these are the questions. For real. Like, at least for me. These are the questions of like, and I haven't even thought about future multiplayer games where I have gotten used to paying for PS Plus, but I don't play PS Plus games, man. I mean, I rarely do. Like, that's not why I'm paying for PS Plus. And I did cancel it, and I haven't renewed it. I don't know what my next multiplayer game is going to be, but it's like, I don't know. Like, dude, this is where it's like, Sony, what the fuck are you doing, man? Like, I am like the last person, truly, like, if you had told me 6 months ago, like, you're going to be downloading Steam and you're going to start playing some games on Steam, I'd be like, yeah, okay, sure. I'm like the last person, but it's just, I don't know. My eyes are open in a way that I guess they weren't before. Like, I knew there were things about Steam, and I'm not trying to come off as like I'm not trying to glaze Steam now, but it's just like, Sony, I don't know what I don't know what to tell you, man. Like, you're fucking lacking. It's a good thing you got Wolverine. It's a good thing you got your first party studios, because Jesus, without them, my God, like, the hardware is nice. I like I like the console experience. I love the console experience. The console experience means something to me. It's just, I can't help but escape, or I cannot escape this feeling of like, dude, people have been talking about PlayStation like, it feels like the PS5 is close to being the end of the road, if not the end of the road. Like, the PS5 is like, it's the end of an era, you know, PlayStation as we knew it. As it stands now, man, it does feel like that. It does. I'm like, it's a great way to go out. GTA 6, Wolverine, this is incredible. It's a great way to go out. PS5 Pro's been an awesome console. I've had great memories of the PS5 gen, but it's like, I just don't get excited at the idea of the only thing there's only one thing that makes me still feel like, well, PlayStation's going to play a role in my life beyond the PS5, and that is their exclusives. And I think most people can understand that. Like, there will for sure be games that Sony puts out on the PlayStation 6. I don't know if they'll be on the PS5. If they're on the PS5, that's where I'll play them. But like, they're going to put out games that you can only play on PlayStation. We know that. And there are going to be games that they put out that I'm like, yeah, I gotta play it. But I just feel disappointed in the idea, like, so deeply, profoundly disappointed in the idea that like, we could have had it all. Like, it could have been, it could be so much better. Well, I don't know what it's going to be, but it can be so much better. And the question is, will it? Leia, where'd you go? Hold on. Hold on, guys. I've been waiting for Leia to come in here. All right. So, out of all my cats, Leia goes the craziest with catnip. Let's watch. Go. Top shelf. I'll read you. I'll read you super chat. It's like, fucking losing it, man. I can't believe she rubs her face into the fucking the cat tower like that. Leia's my oldest cat. I think she's like 11 now, but she's still, she's still pretty healthy from what I can tell. Top shelf. You're saying I was a pony till I hit PC. I only play PS5 for exclusives. Everything else I play on PC. I don't pay online for online and better performance. Also get Xbox games. I mean, dude, that's kind of like, I'll be honest, like I now am beginning to understand why PC players were pretty annoyed at Sony's decision to suddenly be like, we're not porting games to PC. And it's ironic that now, of course, now that I joined Steam, now Sony's done. But I actually understand now because I'll fix my camera when Leia's done going crazy. But yeah, like I said, I booted up Spider-Man Remastered and I thought, oh, you know, how it would be pretty cool. How cool would it be to get PlayStation games and Xbox games and pretty much everything except for Nintendo in one place? But then I'm like, oh wait, yeah, Sony's not doing that anymore. Unless it's second party. So Kena Scars of Kazmora, that'll be on PC. Phantom Blade Zero's on PC. And in the future, Fizzant will probably be on PC because it's a second party game. But yeah, Sony, they seem to want to, you know, games like God of War, Laufey, Wolverine, Intergalactic. These are games that are just not going anywhere. You're going to need a PlayStation to play them. But I don't know. Maybe. I mean, I'll be honest, man. If the PS6 kind of gets off to a really, really bad start and it just doesn't go well, I could see Sony changing their mind and be like, you know what? Maybe we start putting these games on PC again. They still have Nixxes, so I don't know. I don't know, man. Marvel Tokon's dropping on PC, ironically. OD will. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, we'll see, man. It's a tough thing for me because I will admit though, like one of the things that's still I feel still so intimidated by Steam is the fact that yeah, I am a console gamer through and through. And by that I mean like I am used to just I press a button, I press like 2 buttons and then I'm in the game. You know? So I'm not used to the complexity, the layered complexity of and versatility that is on PC. It's still intimidating. Wallroar with a $2 direct donation says, what is the biggest fumble of PlayStation this gen? Bungie or Square Enix? In my eyes, was losing favor with Square. I really thought PlayStation was going to pay them. I mean, I understand that too, but I'm not going to say Square because I think that was kind of mutual where Sony, I don't know how much of it is actually Sony's fault. Like, I'm sure they played some role in it, but... And Leia's, she's tired now. Homie. I'm sure Sony played some role, but I feel like the biggest fumble. I'll be real right now, man. I think the biggest fumble, I want to say Bungie. Financially speaking, it's Bungie, but that's obvious. The biggest fumble was the cancellation of Last of Us multiplayer. That was the fumble. That was the, like, that was going to be your hit. That was going to be the game, dude. That was going to be the big one. That was going to carry you. I think it would have done... I don't know if it would have done better than Helldivers, but I think it would have been big. And it would still be big. Intergalactic better be one of the great, like, literally one of the greatest fucking games ever made. Intergalactic better be like, oh, god damn, this was worth every sacrifice. Because it's like, this ain't it. As it stands right now, an entire generation without a new game. The one new game we were supposed to get was canceled because you didn't want to support it because you felt like you didn't have enough bandwidth, which doesn't make any sense to me. Like, I'm sorry, Sony, you'll scale up for Bungie? Not scale up, but like you'll buy a studio with 1,200 employees for $3.6 billion, but you won't scale up Naughty Dog to be big enough to support a live service game. Excuse me? So to me, I really feel like The Last of Us Online cancellation, I have such a bad taste in my mouth with that still. Like, I can't get over it because it's not like it's not fair. It's not fair. Like, the game was fucking done. It was done. It's still done. It's 90% complete on a fucking hard drive. The people who were working on that game quit Naughty Dog because they were so upset of how close it was to being finished. A new Steam sale went live 2 hours ago. Did it? It was promised and then got canceled. Dude, that was supposed to be a highlight of the gen. Concord, you know what though? Concord. It's like a four-way tie, bro. The biggest fumble of Sony this gen is a tie between The Last of Us online cancellation, Concord, Bungie's acquisition, and the closure of Bluepoint. The closure of Bluepoint's retarded. Just straight up. Just like I still can't get over that Bluepoint was shut down. It's like, what are we doing? I'll be honest, man, like this is why I feel like people have given up hope on Sony. Because like you don't see value in Bluepoint anymore. You're going to let Bungie live with still over 400 devs, but you don't see a value in Bluepoint? I said it then, and I'll say it again. What crack rock are you smoking, Herman, Hideaki Nishino, Totoki? It's. I just played Demon Souls Remake the other day to record some gameplay for members, and I'm like, y'all are out of your fucking minds for closing down Bluepoint. Fucking out of your minds, bro. They were going to create some of the most special remakes going into PlayStation's future, and they're just like, nah, we could get AI to do it or something, you know? It's like, no, dude. I still can't get over Bluepoint. Everything went wrong. Not everything. It's not true. It's not everything. But I can't deny, man, like, I feel bitter, you know? Not completely, but in many ways I feel bitter, where it's like, it was just supposed to be better. We were supposed to get Days Gone 2. We were supposed to get, if we were going to get live service games, you know, we were supposed to get shit that actually appealed to PlayStation players. Not half the stuff we got. Get over it, MBG? I am getting over it on PC. Oh, dude, Concord is just genuinely depressing. Concord is so painful. Like, Bluepoint makes you angry. The Last of Us multiplayer cancellation makes you angry. Bungie makes you confused. Like, what? Concord makes you depressed. Concord makes you drink. Okay? Got to break out the whiskey for Concord, because I'm having like PTSD Concord flashbacks. Yeah, I'm legit having flashbacks from when they first announced it, and we were reacting on a state of play, and everybody was like, it was, dude. Concord was so bad. They canceled the game after it launched. Like, I just don't know that we can truly fathom the catastrophe that was Concord. Like, they canceled it 2 weeks after it launched. And they refunded physical buyers. Sony refunded people, bro. They refunded you. It was 2 weeks. Yes, I'll never forget it. 2 weeks after the game launched, they're like, we're shutting it down. We're closing down Firewalk. We're shutting down the servers. You have 2 weeks if you want to get the platinum, and then we're refunding everybody. It's worse than the Morbius of video games, dude. Like, and here's the problem. And this is why I think if Sony, listen, if Sony becomes a sinking ship, if they really are, like, I don't know for sure that they are, again, they're going to have record-breaking quarters, but it's like, if in the next couple years they're a sinking ship, understand that, dude, Herman Holst is still there. Okay? One of the people most responsible for Concord is still there getting a yearly salary and being told to do the same job. Like, I just don't know. Like, what do you fucking do with that? Like, that's where, if I were to walk into the board of Sony, or not that I, like, it's like if I could possess one of the members of Sony's board when they're having a board meeting and just ask the question, like, excuse me, why is Herman Holst still here running PlayStation Studios after Concord? Does anybody have an answer for that? And maybe there is, but, like, I don't think any answer is good enough. Maybe they're just afraid that they won't find anybody better. But it's like, you fucking let Shuhei Yoshida go. Now I'm just getting annoyed. Now I'm getting angry. Again. Got to be careful. I can't let my blood pressure get high. He isn't even at the company. He's still on the beach. Like, Hiroki Totoki is the one who, he's the CEO of Sony now, and he was the CFO of Sony. I don't know if people are aware of this or not, but do keep this in mind. I think this will be important, especially if you're going into the PlayStation 6 generation. Understand that Hiroki Totoki is also hugely responsible for the acquisition of Bungie. He was the CFO. He was the money guy. Like, he had a huge role in how much you're going to pay and whether or not, you know, he had to crunch all the numbers. And he ultimately crunched numbers and said, okay. MBG, you should buy Sony stock and attend their investors call and ask the CEO these questions directly. Listen, I would love to. They only take questions from their biggest investors, as far as I understand. Like, I would have to be literally a major stockholder in Sony, and I absolutely, under no circumstance, I wish I could be. I wish I had that kind of money. No, Konichiro Yoshida was the CEO, so it was his mandate. But when it comes to how finessed Sony got, like, you know how, like, Bungie cooked the books apparently, or they fleeced Sony, bro. Herman obviously dropped the ball, but Hiroki Totoki is the CFO. Like, it's his job. He's the numbers guy. He fucked up. I don't understand. Dude, I'm going to be honest. I don't know how Sony's run anymore. I feel like at the end of the PS4 generation, when I came into it, I had a very good understanding of, like, what's going on here. And then there was a leadership transition from the PS4 to the PS5 with Jim Ryan, Herman Holst. I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense. And I still felt like I had a really good idea of how it was run. Ever since Concord happened, man, and from that day forward, like, I just don't know what's going on anymore. There are just too many things that continue to happen. And, like, this doesn't make any sense. I don't know. We still get things like Wolverine, and God of War Lao Fei looks good. You know, it's like, again, there's talent at Sony Studios that's, like, I'll be honest, man, I'm just starting to really feel, I've been feeling like this for a while, you know, like it's been building up this gen. I feel like the people that are running PlayStation right now, and I'm not talking about the games or the studios. I guess in this case, I'm not even really talking about Herman. Everybody who's involved at the higher level of making the broader decisions for PlayStation as a platform, I feel like they have no fucking clue what they're doing. Like I feel like they're like trying. It's like they're trying to build the plane in midair, when in reality it's like, dude, you had multiple generations of leadership build the plane. It's like you're undoing parts of the plane to try to rebuild it in midair after it was already built. Not in every instance. That would be an exaggeration, but in more than you would like to see. I had a friend, dude, listen to me. Gav, I'm saying this because you said Horizon fatigue. I have a friend that just recently decided to play Horizon. And they were like, yeah, I've heard nothing but great things about Horizon. This is like the only, like, I've seen people praise this game for years and years and years. And he went to go play, I guess it was Horizon Zero Dawn Remastered. And I had met up with him recently and I asked him how it was going. He's like, oh, I stopped playing that shit. He's like, it was like one of the worst things I ever played. Now, obviously, I don't think Horizon's that. I think there's a lot of great qualities, especially of Horizon Zero Dawn. But like, it's just, I'm like, this is weird to me because it's like, did we collectively phase shift where we're in a different timeline where actually nobody liked Horizon ever? It's just, I do think Horizon Zero Dawn's a really good game. I do. I like Horizon Zero Dawn. I mean, I think there's, you know what it is? There's just an energy behind it now, man. Like the energy that was there for Horizon Zero Dawn isn't there at Guerrilla anymore. That's the problem. That's the problem. It's like, why do people feel differently about Horizon? Because they feel differently about Guerrilla. Why do they feel differently about Guerrilla? I mean, dude, look at what they're doing. People feel like they want to throw up now when they hear Horizon. They remastered the first game. They did a DLC for the sequel that went in a direction that people were like, really? They did a Lego game. They did a VR game, you know? And I just think people are like, bro, we just want the third game. And they're like, here's Hunter's Gathering. And it's like, I don't understand, man. I don't understand. Like, the path could not be more clear. It could not be more clear. And they're just like, nah. Like, okay. Fuck. And to be, just if I'm not making it clear, the path is make fucking Horizon 3. Now. That's what we, like, if there's 40 million players for Horizon, those 40 million players came from the first two fucking games, bro. Not VR, not Lego Horizon, and certainly not Horizon Hunter's Gathering. The fuck y'all doing over there, man? But then everybody's going to act surprised when there's fucking layoffs at Guerrilla. Who could have seen that coming? Herman? Fuck. I'm getting angry again. Damn it. I mean, I think Horizon is expandable. I just think that, like, Sony's ambition is misguided, in my opinion. I think that's the simplest way I could put it. Like, Sony has gotten ahead of themselves. They got high on their own farts. Is that what that viral clip said? you know, they got high on their own supply, man. I said this before, but it's true. Like they felt so good after the PS4 that they're like, we could do anything, bro. We could do. They're like, you know, all fucked up. They're like, we could fly. We could fly, man. Let's fly. Let's do it. And you know, like, yeah, I feel like some of the developers are sort of like, okay, yeah, we can, we sure, I guess. What does that mean? It's like you gotta fly live service. You know, Fortnite. You see how high Fortnite's flying? We need you to fly like Fortnite. It's like, I don't know who at Sony's talking like. That's how Jim Ryan was talking to the studios, drunk on his wine, dude. Oh man, Irfan, what is this you're sending me? You gotta fly, man.
Holy Jesus. What is that? What the fuck is that? What is that, Private Pile?
Dude, Full Metal Jacket, classic. That's gotta, dude, we need a Full Metal Jacket soundbite. Yes. Yes. You don't know how badly I want to bring up the sound bites for Rogue Warrior right now. Dude. It's not safe for work, people. I'm letting you know now. We're going down that road again. I'm in one of those moods for Rogue Warrior. You ready for the Rogue Warrior quotes? Again, it is not safe for work. Final warning. So this is Mickey Rourke. He did the voiceover for the main character in Rogue Warrior.
Fuck you, asshole. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Bring the noise, bitch. Send me the bill, cocksuckers. I got bullets for every one of those motherfuckers. Karl Marx.
It just comes at you like a freight train, man. Like there's just no preparation. There's just no preparation. I got bullets for every one of those motherfuckers. And it gets fucking nuts. Guys, it gets crazy. Like he says some shit that I gotta be careful because there's like some shit he says at the end that is so bad. It's like, I don't know if I could play that without getting in trouble. By the way, Mickey Rourke, the main villain in Iron Man 2.
Fuck Karl Marx. He's a big fucking faggot pussy. Suck my...
Okay, I didn't know I forgot that he dropped the F word there though. Oh my god. It's like I can't stop listening to it. Like I want to hear what else he's got to say cuz that's some crazy shit. Oh man. Oh boy.
My balls, my hairy fucking big balls. Wrap them around...
What? What, dude? What? Oh no. Oh man. I got only one message to send to Sony. This is what they took from us. These wrap him around. Wrap him around what, bro? Oh man, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm not sorry. This is the greatness that is Rogue Warrior.
On your fucking mouth. Goddamn cock breath, commie motherfuckers. Drop that.
I could just make every one of these sound bites. Every single one, bro. Dude, this stream is going to get demonetized. There ain't no way.
That motherfucker, you fucking amateurs. Hey, man, fighting it only makes it worse. Just die like the little motherfucker you are. Chew on this.
What? Fighting it only makes it worse. Just die like the little motherfucker you are. That is crazy. Who wrote the fucking lines for this game? You know, rumor has it, this was Mickey Rourke just freestyling, man. They just put his ass in the booth, said, have fun. Holy shit. It's amazing. It's amazing, dude. What is this?
Somebody wanted you dead, and you knew it. So you
there, yep.
The bad places.
Mickey Rourke, Sin City.
Lug around, finding me. Well, I'm gonna find that son of a bitch that killed you, and I'm gonna give him the hard goodbye.
I mean, he he has the voice, man. Sin City. Mickey Rourke, what a legend. I don't know, he's a little weird. All right, one more. I got one more.
Fuckhead. Rock and roll, motherfuckers. Rock and roll. Man, I might as well have a bullseye on my ass. Welcome to beautiful North Korea. Goddamn shitholes crawling with KPA. Lights out, motherfucker. Not business. Surprised. Shh. Asswipe. Come on, you shit stain. Bleed all over the place, you pig. Put a cork in it, fuckface. Oh, Jesus. Out of my way. Shit. That was out fucking standing. Ready or not, baby, here I come. I'll see you numbnut motherfuckers on the other side.
Okay, hold on. Dude, it's like crazy. It's like crazy when it's all like quiet like this. Dude, hold on though. I want you to now imagine what we're about to listen to. This is how Sony corporate views us. This is how they view the fans. Okay, this is their mentality towards the fans.
What the fuck are you looking at, huh? Arrivederci, you motherfuckers, yeah. Take a fucking break, you fucking jerk off. Do mind you. Can't you take a fucking hint? Just stay down. Stay down, motherfucker, stay down. Rest in peace, you cocksucker. Adios, motherfuckers. Out of my fucking way, Francis. Oh, that was pretty. What are you looking at, motherfucker? That's enough out of you, asshole. Nothing personal, cock breath. Let me know what it's like in commie heaven. Enjoy the ride.
My favorite, Hiroki Totoki. Nothing personal, cock breath. All right, man. I don't even know what's happening anymore. Who's Francis? Oh man. Okay. See, I was getting angry, but really I just needed some Rogue Warrior to cheer me up. And that's how Sony feels about all of us. Sony at their investor call should have just answered all the questions with Rogue Warrior quotes, and it would have nothing would have changed. Oh man, that's amazing. Yeah, MBG is Francis. We're all Francis.
Cocksucker. Have a nice.
Dude, I'm just. It's like a game. Like I don't know what I'm gonna get. Rogue Console Warrior. Rogue Console Warrior, bro. Dude, I am going to have to make a soundbite from one of these. I don't know which one, though. I feel like I'm dangerously close to the really bad one. Guys, there's something I kind of like. I'm living on the edge right now. I want to see. He says something crazy, and I can't remember what it is. But I remember it, dude. It's so crazy that like I was just watching the whole. It's like an 8-minute video compilation. That when I heard it, I literally freaked out, and I like told Mrs. MBG, I'm like, you won't fucking believe what I just heard. Hold on, I gotta mute it for a second and see. I gotta know if it's as bad as I think it is. Oh my God. Wait, what? Dude, okay. This isn't the one I was talking about. Hey, you want to know how Sony feels about discs?
Get this, you fucking retard, you dead piece of shit. Better dead than red. Better dead than red. Huh?
It's too good. It's too good, man. Somebody's got to do some kind of crazy edit here. Oh, man. Hold on, Titus. Hold on. Way of the Gun opening scene. Oh my God, dude. Okay, I can't play that. I cannot play that. Holy shit. Listen, I'm going to send you the link to this and I'm going to tell you the timestamp because I can't play it. Hold on. All right. For those who are along for this ride, if you must know, I've never heard insults like this. Oh my God, was that playing? Don't tell me that was playing. I'm pretty sure like I would get in trouble for. Here's the link to the video. Go to the 6:06 timestamp. 6 minutes and 6 seconds. Okay? Okay, it wasn't playing. I'll just wait for the reactions. Be warned, it is not safe for work. I'll just wait for... Irfin's like, no, I'm not doing it. Oh, man. All right. Well, I don't know where to go from here. First reaction, ain't no fucking way. Yep. Dude, imagine remember, this is from a video game. This is from a third-person shooter. Shadowlink says, shaking my head. Not too bad. I've heard worse. I mean, to me, it's the context of it that makes it insane. Like, can you imagine just playing a fucking, like, military shooter and that line plays and you're like, what? What? It's so good. Oh, man. It's the simple joys in life. You know, it's little things that bring you joy. Like Mickey Rourke's lines in Rogue Warrior. It's my go-to when I feel my blood pressure getting up, you know, going high again. I didn't know that was from a video game. Okay, that changes things. Dude, it's from like an Xbox 360, PS3 era video game. It's like a military game, dude. Like a military action game. Like, imagine killing an enemy and that's what he says. All right, I'll give him some. All right, guys. We're about to hit the 3.5 hour mark. All right. Guys, we're going to wrap this up in just a couple minutes. If you want to drop any more support before we wrap up today, feel free to do that now. Because that's it. I can only end the stream after that. I can't proceed. I can't. I'm going to find out this stream's going to get demonetized or something. But where are we? So we got Hellbound dropped 5 members today. If you guys want to drop any more, we will have some members content coming up. I think we pretty much got through all the topics. There was like one other thing I wanted to talk about today, but it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal. I'm gonna from now. Oh my god, bro. Hey, Steven Leon. Steven Family Leon. He comes in. He drops 10 member gifts for you guys. He wants to train.
All aboard!
I got my new sound bites for you guys when you drop memberships. Oh, Steven, you just dropped 10 memberships? Wait, hold on. I get the most normal okay, your shoes untied. There you go, Steven. You thought it was going to be something crazy. Your shoes untied. Thank you for that, though, man. Appreciate it. Hold on, let me see. Boss found the catnip. MBG, are you going to play on PC next stream? I don't know yet. If I play on PC, it'll just probably happen spontaneously. Like when I'm live, I mean. Why is it not letting me update the member goal, though? All right, guys. Well, Steven dropped 10 more for you. We're at 15. I'll give it a minute or two here. If you guys want to drop any more before we head out. Hold on. All right, MBG. Enjoy your streams. If you need help with PC, I'll help you out with shit. Been on the platform for 9 years, so I know some things. Also, I got a proposal for you, but I'd rather send that privately. Uh-oh. Proposal? Making me nervous, bro. He's just going to send me Rogue Warrior lines. Oh, man. Boss. I'm going to be honest with you, boss. I don't have treats for you. Yeah. I only have the catnip. I got to buy more treats for you. I have greenies, but boss doesn't eat greenies. Rogue Warrior members playthrough. Oh man, yeah. I don't know. You're right. I could play it. Shit. Rogue Warrior members playthrough. Nothing bad, just something fun I think you'd enjoy. No treats, no deal. Well, sorry, boss. You'd show up for that. Sin City watch along. I don't know about watch alongs. I'm way too nervous for stuff like that. YouTube's you gotta like really do a lot of extra work around to do any kind of like I mean, if I did it like off screen maybe, but it would have to be audio muted as well. Frank, you're saying you're trying, but it won't let. Oh, you're trying to drop member gifts? Not letting you. So we do have a few more treats left. Here we go, boss. Frank, are you on iOS, by the way? I mean, yeah, you dropped membership gifts before, so I don't know if you're on. It's possible if you use iPhone, if you weren't using your iPhone before and you were like on desktop and you dropped memberships, that might be why. Oh, you're on Android. Oh, that's weird. Only thing I can figure is maybe like, I don't know, restart the YouTube app or something. I don't know. Sometimes YouTube's been weird like that. It's always annoying. It's so inconsistent. Like, I get people that come in all the time and they're like, I'm trying to do this or I'm trying to do that. And it's just like, it's not letting me. And it's like, yeah, I don't know why. It's all good, man. Don't feel pressure or anything like that. I'll never understand why YouTube makes it so difficult, you know? But they always got shit going wrong in the back end. Trust me, as somebody who's been streaming on YouTube for years now, there's always some bullshit going on. And by the way, guys, RU46N2 Ray in the chat, he dropped the P.O. Box address. I'll let you know the P.O. Box is going to be open You'll be able to send stuff to the PO box. It'll be open until August 30th. All right, and then after that, it's going to be closing. So if you do have any intention of sending anything, just do keep that in mind. But there's also the Discord link. If you want to join the MBG community Discord, feel free to do so. You do not have to be a channel member. I just ask you guys to be, polite to one another in the Discord. I show up there sometimes. Send Temptation cat treats for the kitties. I know Michael Werneth is sending something. I don't know if anybody else has sent anything. I did check it the other day, and there was nothing there. So, oh, Clark, would you like some treats? Clark, I'll give you some treats here. Here. Hey, and Frank Cosmo, he did it. He pulled out the Frank, thank you so much, man.
Holy shit.
Look at that. Look at how much Frank cares about this community. He went out of his way to get his laptop to drop 10 member gifts for you guys. 10 member gifts, bro. I'm dropping some treats on Clark. So we got 10 from Steven Family Leon. We got 10 from Frank Cosmo. I gotta think of a nickname for Frank. I think you've earned a nickname at this point. If you or anybody else can think of one, let me know. I made you laugh, worth it. Yeah, I introduced you to those Rogue Warrior sound bites, man. Doesn't get any better than that. Make sure you show them to your friends. So that takes us to 25. So we hit that. I don't know if Rich is still here, but I think he'd be happy to know we hit the halfway point of the goal. I'll give it a few more minutes here. Sometimes, I don't know, sometimes at the end of the streams, we end up getting some member trains going. Hellbound dropped 5. Steven dropped 10. Frank dropped 10. I think what I'm going to do for the next member video, by the way, is I recorded some gameplay of Mortal Shell 2. Legendary Frank. But we're going to be doing a members lounge this week as well. Maybe we'll do it tomorrow. I don't know. We could do it tomorrow or Wednesday. Hey, MBG, been following your channel and content for years. May I ask, will your content be changing at all now that you're on PC from what PlayStation is doing? Hold on. I'll answer that in 1 second. Nate the Hate expects GTA 6's next showing to provide a meaningful look at the game. Yeah, I mean, I would expect that too. I mean, I've been hearing that like we're gonna be getting like the major GTA 6 blowout this month. Am I gonna be changing my content? I mean, I don't know at the moment. Like, the one thing I will say that might happen, and this would be the first thing that happens, is a possible just I don't want to use the term rebrand. That's because I'm not using that term. That has too much going with it. An aesthetic change, a visual change. Like, that might be what happens first, but I don't want to rock the boat, so to speak. You know what I mean? Like, I have to just let it happen kind of naturally, and we'll see. We'll see where it goes. Because, like, the thing is, like I said, I'm going to be still buying physical PlayStation games, still playing some games on PlayStation, absolutely. And, you know, I think that the real question is what I'll be doing in between that. And if I start to feel like between my news topics and, like, I don't know, I had this idea. I've still been going with the Press X podcast. I've been wanting to go with just MBG Live, though. I know it's, like, not the most creative, but it feels, I don't know, it feels more accurate to what these streams actually are. I don't know. I've always felt for, hey, what are you doing over there? Leia, what do you, oh, she found something. What are you doing? Sorry about that. She was being weird towards one of the corners over there. Like she found like a bug or something, or I'm always like, mouse. Boss wants out. He got out. I know you can't see it, Steven, but you see how you see my black cat Luna that just came in. There's a hole in the wall there that we cut out for the cats so they can get in and out when the door's shut. Now Luna wants some. MBG in real time. I should have kept the numbers. Oh, you mean like the numbered when I did the number podcast? Or like when I would put the number next to PXP episode so-and-so? Yeah, I mean, that's... And you stop kicking holes in the wall. No, dude, like when my father-in-law, when we were mapping out how he was going to put up the walls here, I literally asked him, I'm like, can we cut out like a cat hole? And he thought it was funny, but I'm like, trust me, you know, the cats like to go in and out when I'm streaming, you know, and in the past I've had to get up God knows how many times to open and close the doors and stuff. And he did a great job with it, and it's worked great. Like they love it. So, but I did try big picture mode out for like a couple minutes when I tried Spider-Man, but I didn't like get to mess around with it too much. But it's, yeah, dude, it is interesting. Steam big picture mode basically turns it into a console. That's pretty much what it does. So I'm like, that's the thing, man. It's fascinating how you kind of can turn it into a console-like experience. And it's just there's an option. It's nice. You can start it in that mode. Yeah, I assume you have to like toggle in the settings. But yeah, I don't know, man. Like, I don't want to continue to. The only reason I haven't made any drastic changes to my channel right now, drastic, but like I haven't really done anything. I've been thinking about it and floating things around, but I haven't pulled the trigger because I'm like, at the moment, I'm still mostly only playing on PlayStation. Like I'm dabbling in Steam, but that's the reality. Is like I'm going to be buying, like I said, buying physical games on PlayStation. I'm still going to be getting trophies. If there's a bigger shift that suddenly occurs, which may or may not happen, maybe. But here's the thing, though. Like from a coverage standpoint, I think it's clear that I'm starting to, you know. I mean, I've been talking about the next gen consoles like nonstop, but it's been hard for me to determine what changes I want to make. Truthfully, it's been kind of tough, you know. So it's one of these things where I'm kind of just going with the flow as best I can and letting it. I want it to happen a little bit more naturally. I don't want to force anything, but I have some ideas for like my profile picture and stuff. I think I showed you guys the profile picture idea I had, and possibly, you know, some member, new member badges and whatnot. Kirby Shaw with a $20 super chat. Thank you, man. He says, love your content, so don't take this the wrong way. Have you thought of shifting your channel more news-based topics, similar to something like what Luke Stevens does? I would love to see y'all do something together. I'm not sure. I know Luke Stevens, but I can't say I've seen his content, or at least not any time recently. What does he do? What does he do in his I think he has two channels, right? Like he has like a streaming channel, I assume. Yeah, my problem is like I never really know. My biggest problem and my biggest hurdle with what I do on YouTube is I don't know exactly what I want to do. And that's the problem. Like I lack a focus, and sometimes that can be my greatest strength because it means I can be free and we can kind of just do what we want in the streams. Oh, did she get the fly? Oh, hold on. Did she get the fly? Did Luna get it? Yo, ready? I'm going to slap that fly. How could I slap? MBG is a topic for 10 to 20 minutes. Next topic, next topic, next topic. Very structured. Oh, so basically, Kirby, what you're saying is, have I thought about... So basically, Kirby, you're asking me if I thought about being more structured with my streams. This is my problem. Let me tell you something. I've had this idea. Okay, why don't... Hello, Luna. Don't mind my... She's looking at me like, the fuck? Sorry. I've had this idea in my mind for a very long time. And so the idea is this. I mean, I was thinking about doing it for channel members, but I'm not sure. Like I'm always kind of, anytime I have new content ideas, I'm always like, oh, maybe it should be for channel members, because channel members are critical to my channel and my overall success here. And I want to try, like I said, I want to try to make the memberships valuable to people so that they actually want to be members. Because there's two types of people. There's people that are going to be members, or they're going to gift memberships because they just want to support. But there are going to be people absolutely who are like, I'm only going to be a member if I really feel like I'm getting my money's worth here, you know? So I always try to be mindful of that. But this idea I had, it's nothing crazy, but it's just, I think the reason why I can't keep my streams structured is because it's live. It's the nature of it. It's the nature of, like, I'm looking at the chat and I want to interact and I want to engage, and I always, you know, it goes in directions, and I can stop it from doing that if I want, but I tend to like to go in different directions and just kind of see where it takes us, you know? But I've always understood that for a lot of viewers, that sucks for them, you know, because they want something more structured. They want something more topic-oriented, more in-depth. And so occasionally it can go that way. But so my idea is very simple. My idea is, like, what if I just did more pre-recorded stuff where I have... It could be one topic, it could be multiple topics, and I just want to discuss them more thoroughly. And I would basically be recording alone, you know? It's a pre-recording where there is no interruption. There is no, you know? Like, it's the opposite of what you get when I'm live. The only problem, and this is a problem, and trust me, this is a strange problem to have. This is a very strange problem to have. And it's the thing I've been kind of ruminating over and turning over in my mind to figure out, how do I want to approach this? It turns out, when you stream as much as I do, okay, when you talk about topics, certain things as much as I do, you do run out of things to say. And maybe not literally, like, it's not like I can't, like, if I really thought about things to say, I could think of it. The brain isn't working that properly. It's like my like, so let me put it this way. I just streamed to you guys for 3 hours and 47 minutes, and I've been talking alone nonstop for 3 hours and 47 minutes. Let's say that after this, I was going to record something for 30 minutes. I'm going to record a topic. I'm going to record a video, or like a mini podcast or something about the disc to digital situation for Xbox. My brain could not do that right now. It could not. Like, I'm spent. There's nothing left in the tank in terms of actual thought, like, to really focus and think. It's gone. And so that's kind of the problem there, where it even affects, if you notice, like, I still make news videos, and I'm contemplating whether I want to keep making news videos in the way that I have been. I'm really unsure of what to do with my video content. Because like, there's a way I can transform my video content that if I go in that direction, it's not what I want to do. But, like, guys, how do I say this? Like, there's an appetite right now for a specific type of content on YouTube that I can appeal to if I want to, but some of it wouldn't come naturally. In fact, a lot of it probably wouldn't come at this point. It wouldn't come naturally. You know, I think it's like, I think people were getting upset with me the first 2 weeks of July because they were under the belief that the content I was producing was just for views. And it wasn't. Notice how I'm not producing content like that anymore. That content that I produced during that time was that was me. What you see is what you're getting. It's not, there isn't extra thought going into it. You know, there isn't an intention other than, and don't get me wrong, like, I am a human being. I'm not going to pretend like I'm not a human being. Like, I see the views. I'm like, oh, that's great. Like, the support is amazing to see. And it emboldens you a little bit. It makes you, you know, it adds a little bit of confidence where it's like, okay, well, if I want to keep talking about this, I can feel confident doing that because people are responding, you know? But at some point, you know, I have to take a step back and ask myself, like, do I literally want to make, is this all I'm going to talk about for this month? Do I want to just keep making these exact video? Like, you know, I'm going to keep going on Twitter. And I think what I had discovered is this could be a new format, but I questioned it. And I'm hesitant to do it because it's like, I started to notice a pattern with how I was doing that format that I didn't like. It did come naturally, and I was doing it naturally. So basically, I'll give you a little bit of insight. When Sony announced that they were ending disc production, I was like neurotically on Twitter. I was chronically online, because I was like, I felt like I was sucked into a black hole, you know, and I couldn't escape it, but I wasn't thinking about it in a negative way. It's just like, I care so deeply about what's happening right now. And so I was just like, you know, all this shit was just lining up. And I didn't have to go out of my way to compile anything. I didn't have to go out of my way to really to think about how do I want to structure this video, because it was just, I know how I'm feeling right now, and I have these things that have evoked reactions from me, and we're going to talk about this. But I started to notice, as I'm going to fuck this fly up, dude. Sorry. I started to notice after like the 2-week mark that like the point in time came where it's like, okay, now I would have to force this now. Like, now I would have to basically go out of my way to look for stuff. Oh, dude, I'm telling you. Endure and survive the fly. I got like Joel Fly here, bro. But I'm Abby. And here's my golf club. I swear it knows. It knows when I'm getting ready to fuck it up. It knows. Oh. It's on a lamp. Great show today. Bobby, you enjoying it? I'm glad. Dude. Oh. I want to just talk to you guys, and this fly won't stop. It won't stop interfering, and I'm going to end it. Okay? POV Sony to any disc-based game. The fly is like physical gamers, and I am like Sony. What do I look like right now, dude? Oh my god, that looks crazy. You're right, that looks crazy. I look like a fucking Left 4 Dead monster, bro. The Charger. I look like the Charger. Well, I guess it's gone now. You think I get inspired by Luke's stuff? I'll go check it out. But, you know, I was just trying to say that, like, the thing that's tough for me is I struggle with the line of, like, how much do I treat this like a job and a responsibility versus it's something that comes naturally and it's like truly 100% authentic, and there is no, like, I'm not trying to, it's not that I'm not trying to monetize. Obviously, I'm trying to monetize it, but it's, do you understand what I'm saying? It's hard to explain. Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is I had this idea in my mind when I started to realize after the first 2 weeks of July, after, you know, I was like, dude, look at how great my videos are doing. This is incredible for the channel. I've gained hundreds and hundreds of subscribers, more than I have in the longest time. Obviously, that feels great to see. But it's like, okay, how though? And it's like, well, because I fucking went crazy on Sony for 2 weeks straight because that's how I felt. You know, like I didn't have to, I didn't need to treat it like a job. I treated it like, you know, shit's hitting the fan and this sucks and I'm angry. And, you know, it was treating it more like an emotional reaction because that's what it was for me. And so, you know, I had this idea where it's like, well, maybe I can just keep this content format, but just on other topics. But that's where the problem popped up. Where I'm like, yeah, but like, sorry, it sounds like my cat's just doing something they're not supposed to. The problem was like, I guess if I'm like, be honest with yourself, MBG. Like, if you want to keep making this type of content, what other things can you feel this strongly about? And I felt like I was kind of at a crossroads where it's like, either pretend to be that upset and distraught and passionate and like pretend to care this deeply about other things you don't, in the name of like you're creating a vibe, you're creating an energy, and you want to maintain that momentum you're getting. Or another alternative would have been just keep shitting on Sony. And it's like, well, that would have been the easiest road to take, but I just had to be honest with myself where it's like I'm 3 weeks into this. I still care, but I don't know that I'm not in the same emotional state I was the first week or two, where it's like I literally want to, you know, go crazy on this shit. And so I guess what I'm trying to say is like YouTube rewards a specific type of energy if you approach it from an emotional angle. YouTube rewards professionalism as well sometimes. I'm not the most professional person, and I don't know that I could treat this like that. Again, I had the idea, like, I'm thinking about making some other content. I don't know if it'll be maybe it could be like members early access or something, where it's just recordings of like, it's not live. It's not a news video of me reading articles back to back to back for 10 minutes. So I'm just giving you a feed of the news. It's, imagine like, you know, it's something close to what I would do with a stream. Nowhere near as long, but there are no distractions. You know, I just don't know if I can do that though. I question myself because it's like I said, man, I stream so much, I talk so much that, you know, I don't know, you know, somebody might say, well, stream less, save that energy and put it towards that type of content that you want to do. Great idea. The problem is I do need to stream as much as I do. Usually. Like, I get some breaks occasionally, but generally the output you see on my channel is because I need to do this. You know, if I was I guess you could say if I was in a better position with my channel where it was like, you know, I had a bunch of leeway to be able to kind of just experiment more with more ease. But I'll see what I can do. It's the idea is festering in my mind. It's not going away. And usually that means I'm going to try it out and see what I can do. But can't stay on the tip of the razor blade for many months, MBG. Titus, I love your wording there. Yes, I love your wording. Not in some dark way. I just mean because I've used that terminology many times myself, and that's just the way it is. You know, I think it's going to change. There are some things coming up in my life, you know, more personal stuff, you know, that I'm not going to discuss here on the channel. It's not necessary, but there are some things that I think some changes are coming. And yes, I am very exhausted. I'm very exhausted. But, you know, it's like, you know, you got to do what you got to do. And my whole thing is I've had this, I can see it in my mind's eye of like what this channel could be, like the changes I can make, the improvements that can be made, the you know, the places it can go. It's just there's, as is often the case, it's like but there is just the reality of time, the reality of like, well, these are kind of the circumstances you're in right now, so you have to work within your confines. So I guess what I'm saying is I have ideas gestating. I'm in the process of making some changes, as you can see, where I'm trying to experiment with Steam and whatnot, trying to bring back members content, and there are some potential significant changes that are going to be happening in my life in the coming months, depending. We'll see. And so if all these things come, it feels kind of like things are slowly coming together. You know what I mean? But I don't want to call it too early because it's one of those things where something could go wrong and completely deviate what I thought was going to happen. But if they all come together nicely and smoothly, I think we could be in a better place. But there's also me, you know, like my own mind and my own feelings on things. And a lot of times I'm my own worst enemy. So that's another factor that I have to keep in my mind's eye at all times. Luke Stevens records most of his videos live with super chats, but then he does specific segments in between. His second channel is primarily for clips and segments. Oh, okay. So that's interesting. So basically he's like streaming while he's working, essentially. That's interesting. I don't know if I could do that. I mean, I guess I could. I don't know. I could experiment. I've seen legendary drops a few times. Yeah. Well, hey, you know what? Is The Verge paywalled now? I'm just going to use ChatGPT. How's that sound? I'm just going to have ChatGPT write all my scripts. You won't even know. You'll be like, damn, MBG, you leveled up. I'll be like, I know. Got that AI. No, but really, though, I mean, you have to imagine quite a few people do that. Oh, by the way, I think I did get I missed a notification on oh, hold on. I received another gift from Zombie Killer 5072. He sent Quake 2 over. God damn, you guys just won't stop building my Steam library for me. Thank you. Thank you, Zombie Killer. He has an editor help him, though, right? Because it's a lot of editing. I will say that has proven to be like probably the largest roadblock where I don't know. I've thought about, I don't want to do anything when it comes to seeking out an editor and paying them if I don't have a clear vision first. But I will say that anytime I've tried to do more, editing is always the thing that's like, holy shit, dude. Like, editing is like, I'm talking like editing a podcast or something. Like, do you guys remember? I had this great, in my opinion, this was a great idea. But I couldn't do it because I couldn't keep up with it. Do you remember back in like, was it February or March of this year? I had this idea where I'm like, guys, I'm going to paywall my content during the week. So like, we're going to do the member drops. And then after that, we go into the real stream, but that's for members only. And I discussed the topics at length. But then I was telling you guys, but what I was going to do, this was the plan. This is the plan, Arthur. The plan was after every stream I did for members, I would then edit it and basically like edit it together throughout the course of 4 to 5 days. And then I would label that Press X podcast. And it would be highly edited. And it would kind of be like what I was saying, where it's like this really kind of refined, more structured podcast episode, and that would go out for free to everybody at the end of the week. I was so excited about this, and I'm like, this could be great, and this could work amazingly. I couldn't keep up with it, and I'm like, I don't know that I'm in a position to be able to hire somebody. I just literally couldn't keep up with it. Where like every single day, I wasn't getting done until like 7 or 8 at night, and I'm like, this is not sustainable. Like, I am lying to myself if I think I'm going to be able to do this on a weekly basis. But it was kind of working. Like, we were getting more members. The only thing that was kind of problematic other than the editing was the member drop was problematic. Like, I was going to have to figure something out that because it was get like really boring to people, you know? They're like, Rich Rod 908 says, these games are great, but the greatest gift of life is our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ. He is the one gangsta that never heard Jesus referred to as the one gangsta. He is the only reason Colt is safe. Bro, what? Rich, that might be the craziest thing you ever said. I'm glad you felt the need to drop that $2 direct donation, though, while I'm talking about this. Yeah, man. What would Jesus do? What would Jesus do, Rich? Jesus would go to PC. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Well, I don't know. I don't know what he would do. But yeah, I'm just saying, like, the problem with that content structure, because I really wanted to do that content structure, and it still lives somewhere in my mind, because I think it could work, man. Like, if I could get it just right, if I could figure it out. The member drop was a problem because people were bored. You know, it was being treated like we're not actually talking about anything. We're just shooting the shit. And it hurt viewership where I'd get very few people watching. So that was a problem. But we were getting good members. And I'll tell you, the members, people who were channel members, they felt like they were getting valuable content. Where they're like, okay, this membership's worth it because I'm getting your main topic streams as you know, paying member content. So they were happy, and I felt really bad because I had to just suddenly pull the plug on it because I'm like, this isn't going to work. And I did do this not pre-recorded, but I at the end of the week, I made my episode of Press X podcast. It was highly edited, and I didn't pull the trigger on it. I had to make a call. I'm like, if I release this, I'm setting an expectation that I have to ask myself. And I have to be honest with myself, can you keep doing this? And I got chickened out, and I'm like, I can't. Like, I know I can't. Like, I can't be ending my workday at 8 p.m. every night. You know, it's I'm gonna burn out within 2 fucking weeks. And so it's been tough, man. Like, I've had this idea in my mind for quite some time, and this is I'll say this. I realize I'm over 4 fucking hours. This is the problem right here. I'm gonna say this last thing. I'm talking shop at this point. I'll say this last thing, and I'm gonna wrap it up. And if you guys want to drop any more, do it now because we are wrapping up. I know I said that like 30 minutes ago. I'm sorry. I have this idea in my mind of like, if I could get enough paying members on YouTube to where like I don't have like I'm no longer part of the rat race, as it were. Like, I don't have to worry about views. I don't have to worry about algorithms. I don't have to worry about I don't even have to worry about fan funding. Oh, I don't drop member gifts if you want. Like, there's no like pressure, you know, on me or on anybody else. I just have enough paying members that I can just, that's it. That's a baseline that keeps this thing rolling smooth. It keeps it going along smoothly. That's kind of my dream, and I don't know how to get there, you know? Like, obviously you get there with members content, but this is why I've been so fixated on, like, I feel bad because every time I've tried to do, like, drastic changes to my members content, I get people excited, they become members, and they appreciate it, but then, you know, I have to end up suddenly pulling the plug because I'm like, this isn't working the way, like, I can't sustain it in the way that I thought I could. So, you know, I guess I'm just saying this because I feel like where I am with my channel and where I am holistically, where YouTube is holistically, I have basically two options as far as I can tell. And trust me, I've put a lot of time, thought, and energy into this. I either have to appeal to the algorithm, and that means I'm at the mercy of you got to do what you got to do. Whatever the algorithm, whatever YouTube itself, whatever the masses are asking for, you have to do because that's the only way you're going to appeal. That's the only way you're going to find growth. And you have to find growth that can get big enough where you become big enough where it's too big to fail, you know, and that's going to take a long time. And I could do that, but I don't like the idea of being at the mercy of having to appeal to the algorithm because it doesn't interest me. It's like, this is what everybody's angry about today. I'm like, but I'm not angry about that. I could be if my only care is I want more subs. That's why I got so offended when people were calling me a grifter with the physical games. Because it's like, no, like you haven't seen me get like this before because I don't care that deeply about those things. This I care that deeply about. How many members would that take? Oh, I don't know. I mean, realistically, probably like, I'd have to crunch the numbers, but you're probably talking like 1,800 members, 2K members or something like that. Paying members. I don't know if it would be that much. That's a lot. I would have to do the numbers because YouTube recently just changed some of their. Everything's all fucked up on the back end with members. By the way, I look at my data and I'm like, what's going on here? YouTube changed pricing for members in different regions, and it seems like they turned off auto renew for like, I don't know, like they did this sweeping change and then they like turned off auto renew or something. Because when I go to check to see like how many paying members do I have, I'm like, that number's not right. Like, unless I literally lost all of my paying members, which I definitely didn't, that number's not right. So I don't, truth be told, I don't know. I think that number I gave you is probably too high, but it's a substantial amount. You know, it'd probably have to be at least over 1K or something, or 1,200. But if I were to do the math on it, I could get an actual number. But I just know that it's a number it's out there. You know what I mean? Like it's a large number that I'm probably not anywhere close to. Collectively, now keep in mind, like collectively, when it comes to members who have member gifts, we're actually not that far away. But that's the problem. Like, member gifts expire. I'm talking, I can't expect just a couple people each month to sustain thousands of members. That can't work. There has to be enough people who are willing to pay for, $5 a month or something like that. Be like, okay, I want all the members content for the month. I want to support it monthly. That would be great. That would, because that's the only other option in my mind. If you're not appealing to the algorithm, your only other option is you got to be truly we are fan funded, but I mean, like, where it doesn't rely on donations. That's the goal ultimately. Like, I want to get to a place where we don't have to rely on donations. I don't know if we'll be able to get there. I think in the long run we can, but it's on me. I have to figure out, how do I structure my content format to facilitate that? How long could it take? I don't know, Irfan. I don't know. Maybe we could look into that, because I know you can't become a member, but if I ever needed like member content to be edited, you could technically still partake in the members content by editing it. There you go. It works out. Set overall goals. Let's get to 500 members today for X thing. I do that too sometimes. You like the catnip. Yeah. I do that occasionally, and it usually works, but that's also difficult to maintain, because every time I do that, I got to up the ante. There's got to be something worthwhile. And I got to be careful with that because again, it's all about setting the right expectation where basically here's the way I view it. The ideal position for me would be to be able to create the type of gaming related content on my gaming channel that is appealing enough and desirable enough to enough people and valuable enough to where we can get enough people that would be willing to pay for early access for that content and pay for some of that content, just it being exclusive, to where that's what maintains the channel. And anything outside of that is just extra. I'm not saying that there would be obviously hard work involved in that, but it's just I question what it's all, this is where I kind of feel people wonder why. Like, how come why do you feel for these companies? It's not that I feel for these companies, but it's like I do understand to an extent, like it's probably hard as shit for them to figure out what the fuck do people really want. Like what do people actually want? Truly, what do they want? Not a couple people, like broadly. What does the larger group of people, what do they want? That can be hard to find out. And that's why so many people they trend chase, because that's kind of your answer sometimes. That's the easiest answer where it's like, well, what is popular today? This is popular. Talk about that. Complain about that. Get hype about that. Like that's why people do that, because sometimes that's the only way you can really gauge like what's a surefire bet here. But yeah, I'm just really deep in the weeds of talking shop, but I don't know. There's a lot happening, I've been thinking about making changes to my channel for a long time, but I have to think very carefully about what those changes are. In the meantime, I'm trying not to rock the boat too much. I have things that are happening in my personal life behind the scenes that I'm kind of waiting on and seeing what's going on. And in the meantime, I'm trying to make sure I can just keep my shit together here, Evergreen content. Yeah, I've definitely considered it, And there was one time on my channel a couple of years ago, I actually found the video recently, and I made like a what was it? Like a video essay. It was back in like 2022, and I made a proper video essay on Sony's live service approach. And it was about 20 minutes long, and people loved it. It worked really well, and it got good views. It got good likes. It got a lot of really positive feedback. People in the comments were saying they loved it. The problem was, holy shit, that was extremely time consuming. So like for as good as the results were, when I zoomed out and looked at the bigger picture, it's like, okay, so it's like, ooh, I don't think you can keep up with this consistently unless it really, like, so basically I had to make a choice again. It's like, how confident are you that if you want to keep making these video essays, that they're going to get more and more views, substantially more than this, to justify their production? And I always get freaked out. I'm like, I don't know. Like, God forbid I go to take a week to make a video essay and it flops. It's like, it's over. You know what I mean? It's over. So you always need a little bit of luck. You need talent, you need skill, you need dedication, you need hard work, but there's always a little bit of luck involved. And that's the part that always scares me. Because like, yeah, it could compound over time, and that's how people end up building it bigger and bigger. But you'll notice that anybody who does that type of content, they usually end up eventually walking away from it, or it becomes less and less, because it's just it's a mind fuck. It's like, yeah, take 2 weeks to make a documentary. The amount of work you're putting, it's like the expectation is set. If that expectation isn't hit, you're gonna be crushed. You're gonna be fucking crushed, dude. And it's a very, there's a psychological aspect to it that I think it's a challenge. It's like a mountain that needs to be overcome. But we'll see. we'll see, guys. I don't want to, I'm not announcing anything or anything like that. For now, what I'll tell you guys is just anticipate we'll continue to do the live shows, but as time moves forward, I'll continue to ruminate. And, I have to admit, too, a portion of this does lie in the overall direction I want to take my channel, which is like right now I'm still very much a PlayStation-oriented channel, and there are people that want that to stay. But do I have like a white mustache hair, dude? Sorry, I kept seeing something reflected off my mustache, and I'm like, is there something in my stash? I think it's a fucking white mustache hair, bro. But yeah, it's easy to overthink it, but I have to see how, like, where I'm going gaming wise. I feel like I am kind of waiting for something to happen, but and I think that's fair. Like, I think basically what everybody's kind of waiting for is like, what is the next gen rollout going to look like? Because I don't want to do something, and this is the mistake I made at the beginning of July, where it's like, I'm fuck PlayStation. I'm done with the PS6. I don't want anything to do with the PS6. And it's like, in reality, it's like, dude, you're talking about something that's a year and a half away. You don't know. Like what? Like, you don't know if you're going to make content on the PS6. You don't know if people will want you to make content on the PS6. You don't know if you'll want to make content on the PS6. It's like, don't burn your bridges before you even arrive at them. Just worry about crossing the bridge when you get there. And so, but that's just the type of person I am, man. Like, I'm always trying to think ahead. I'm always, it's that Stone Temple Pilots song. The line, I run through the world thinking about tomorrow. I run through the world thinking about tomorrow. Oh, Rich, you dropped the direct dono. You said, let's stop being cowards. I'm going to start timing people out. For not reaching a minimum 200 members, we can also do member stream Bible studies. Lead. Member exclusive Bible studies. Some people would be interested in that, but that's not. No, I'm not going to go down. I'm not going to make religious content. Maybe you could have someone edit and upload tons of clips and do a clip channel instead. You paying them a fixed rate, you can they get a percentage of the profit. You don't have to do anything extra. It's an interesting thought, Sparky. It's an interesting idea. I thought about that too, like a clips channel. The thing is, like, I've tried to experiment with so many different things, and I always get scared. That's like, listen, this is why I'm saying I got to give it a little bit more time, because there's something that is going to maybe happen in my life, and it's not like anything ultra dramatic, but it's significant enough that, like, it could alter my trajectory in, like, it might create some more breathing room for me a little bit. And I think that's kind of the problem, is I've been too afraid. No, not that. No, not having another kid. But I've been too afraid to stick with anything different that I've been trying for more than like a week, because I get fucking terrified that, like, I'm shaking the boat too much, man. Like, you're living you're on the razor's edge right now. Don't fuck it up. And I'm like, I'm just going to go back to what's been working. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. But it is kind of broke. The reason why I think it's broke is because, like, I am burning out to an extent. I'm not saying I'm doing the hardest work in the world, but, like, dude, trust me, right now, talking for 4.5 hours straight, like, my brain is cooked. It's fucking cooked. Okay. Like, you might think, like, oh, MBG, go enjoy yourself for the rest of the evening. I don't think I can, because my brain is that cooked. I can't focus on anything. I can't, and it's not always like that, but I'm just saying, it's like, to me, that's the work that I'm putting in, is it's like you're expending mental energy and physical energy of just constantly talking. And, you'd be shocked. Maybe you wouldn't be, but you would be shocked if you would it takes you out by the end of the day, man. why yesterday, dude, I streamed for almost 6 hours. I was done. I couldn't do anything. I'm like retarded afterwards. Retarded before, retarded after. But gotta get that Adderall, bro. Stream tomorrow, hopefully, Irfan. But I'll figure something out. Army Men took it out of you. It did, man. Goddamn. Broke my brain. Thank you for that, Luna. Thank you for showing everybody that. But yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, I appreciate you guys listening to me. I know it's probably the most uninteresting thing in the world, me talking about, the ins and outs of the YouTube channel, but we'll see what we can do. I do want to make changes, though. They don't have to be anything ultra dramatic or anything, but I want to make improvements. I think that's how I want to word it. I just have to reach a point. There's got to be a couple changes that have to occur in my outside life. That once those changes occur, if they do, I think they'll be game changers. So. We got another direct donation from Rich Rod. He says, we create a second channel, MBG Bible Study. I'll lead. You change the video game posters to crosses. We make learning Jesus gangsta. We can save bots. I love how, dude, I love how Rich integrates Christianity into like console wars. Like what are the bots? Are the bots like non-believers? Are they the Jews? Like, what are they? What's the implication here, Rich? Don't answer that question. Do not answer the question. The PlayStation. Oh, my God. That's racist, but also applicable. Holy shit. The PlayStation Bible Study. I hate you guys. We have Rubicon Knight with a $2 direct saying, I don't think I've seen a streamer complain as much as you about streaming. Well, I'm not complaining. I hope it's not coming off that way. But I'm just being honest. Maybe I'm being too honest. Maybe I have crossed the threshold. Maybe I shouldn't be this honest. I'm just saying that I find myself a little bit surprised where it's like, damn, dude, why do I feel like this? I don't want to feel like this. Like literally physically. So I don't know. Maybe I was working out earlier. I was moving around earlier, and I'm trying to get more movement in, bro. I'm trying to mitigate the bad, the negative physical feelings. Okay, but I'm not complaining. At least I guess technically I am, but understand, like I don't take it for granted. Like the way I view it is anything worth having in life, anything worth achieving, anything worth doing or pursuing, it's hard. It requires some level of sacrifice. There's going to be some type of pain, mental, emotional, physical, all of the above, whatever it might be. You're going to have to sacrifice something. And so I guess, yeah, for me, when it comes to streaming, I view that as like, well, I'm sacrificing my mental capacity. What little mental capacity I have. But no, I'm very grateful. Trust me. Like, I don't take for granted that I get to stream for a living. I get to, make news videos talking about games for a living. Like, it's in a sense, I'm living the dream, but it's one of those things where it's like, but can it be better? Like, can there be improvements made that can benefit you and everybody else? Perhaps. It's worth thinking about. I probably think about it too much, though. The sacrificial gamer. But anyway, guys, yeah, that is going to wrap up today's stream. Turned out to be a long one, a 4.5 hour stream. Hope I should be back here tomorrow. That's the goal. But yeah, before I head out, guys, I do want to make sure to give a big thank you to everybody who dropped support. If you dropped any member gifts today, or if you became a member, thank you so much for that. We did hit what is normally our initial goal, which is 25 to feed the beast. So thank you for that. If you dropped any super chats or direct donations, thank you. Rich, I'm not doing a second channel where we do Bible study. But yeah, for those of you who dropped support directly, Really appreciate that. We're fan funded. I can only do what I do here because you make it possible. Well, hold on. We have Rubicon Knight with another $2 direct. He says, but streaming requires 10 plus hours a day, 7 days per week for most, especially the top ones. That's true, but like, here's my question. Are they taking any breaks? Are they chilling at any extended point? Like, because here's the thing, dude. And I've thought about changing this as well, where it's like, maybe I should stream for longer. I thought about going in the other direction, like stream longer, but find a way to like chill the fuck out in between. Where like I'm playing games in between, or I'm just not talking nonstop the whole time. That I think it's the talking nonstop. It's the reading the chat and talking nonstop the whole time. Where it's like literally like it's just a lot on my brain, dude. You know? Maybe I have something wrong with me where it's like I have like a limited capacity. But Press Cross podcast, stop it. No, but I mean, we'll see. Maybe if I could learn to just have much more relaxed streams, you know, where I don't have to necessarily talk intensely about topics the whole time. It could just be much more chill. We'll see though. Just do a 24/7 hour stream, record your life. Yeah, that's what I'll do. Day in the life of MBG. Very, very exciting. But Rubicon Knight, I do appreciate the direct donations though, man. But yeah, guys, that's it. I also want to make sure to give a shout out to Devil Shooter. Devil Shooter does the timestamps for the streams. If you guys see him with those timestamps, please give him some thanks. Show him some love. I know he appreciates it. Devil Shooter, thank you for what you do, man. And, oh, wait, hold on. We got Rubicon Knight. He's dropping some directs. He says, no, most haven't had more than a few days away for 5+ years, like Excusey. I mean, geez, man. Well, then I guess they're built different, bro. That's why they're making the big bucks. Fuck. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. And I guess that's why I'm not at the top. You know, I'm not making hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars. If I could push myself and stream 8 to 10 hours a day, and that's just my life, and that's all I do. I mean, literally, like, maybe. But even then, I don't know. I don't know, man. But I applaud them. I do. I applaud them because it's like, if that's how they're earning the big bucks, I mean, I don't think it's easy. I don't think it's easy. I mean, I'm sure some of them have families, and I imagine that poses some challenges of, you know, it requires more of balance, you know, the work to home life ratio. But we'll see. We'll see. I think sometimes I got to think about what my strengths are too, you know. I have weaknesses, obviously, but I think I have some strengths. Maybe I'm not playing to them enough. We'll see. I got plenty of time to think about it. But like I said, in the meantime, we'll continue to do our daily streams. All right, so you can at least look forward to that. And we'll have some members content coming this week as well. But Rubicon Knight, I appreciate it, bro. No, Rich, no Bible study. I'm sorry. But yeah, shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps. And that's it. Guys, just hit the like button as you're heading out, and that'll wrap up today's stream. Guys, I hope to see you very soon in the next one. Okay? But until then, take care, guys.